Good morning, all of you. Good morning. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, IFF, for organizing this, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all in this first masterclass on behalf of IFF. I want to just share that how this concept of masterclass started. And I will take 2 minutes to share my personal story, why it is important and how it will be useful for you all. When I started my career 3 decades back in chemical industry, after three I switched over to that textile industry. And in textile industry, I have no idea what it is because I was told this is not good industry to win. But I interacted with many people and I realized after food, textile is the second basic need for humankind. And that's the importance textile industry has. First, I came to know master, which is dyeing master, and printing master. And I learned a lot from them. As a master, they teach a lot of technique, which is a lot of technology and science behind, and they are expert in that. Then I came into garment industry, and in garment industry, again, I have no idea, but I interacted with so many experts. First of the expert, I work with that pattern master. And I know that this is textile industry, garment industry, why he is cutting the paper? I have no idea what is that paper cutting is required for that garment industry. And in 3 months, I was able to know what is the pattern making. Today, I see that how science and technology has changed, that pattern making, which was manual, is now not only 2D, it is moved to the 3D. So what I realize, even now, more than 2 decades in retail industry, lot of expertise. A designer, I consider designer God, because I learned so much from this designer, and I am lucky to know most of these best people in that design fraternity, whom I learn a lot. Then I work with that buying and merchandising. I know they also know their function, retail expert. So all these things translating into that not necessarily everyone has that exposure of all that industry and domain across the textile or retail value chain. Why not create something, because we have that so many master and experts in different industries and different domain. Why not give that something as a ready master class? And I was talking to IFF that the people always talk about in India, fashion firm always commercial. Most of the people retail side or marketing side get exposure. The actual people who are behind the scene creating all these things, designer, product developer, buying and merchandiser, even that technologist, they never get that exposure and learning. With that, I think Karunesh, my ex-colleague and old friend, he curated this program so well, and we were able to get that best people and expert from the industry who this masterclass curation was done, and all these people will share their own experience, because it's not only art, it's art plus science, which is commerce. And we must know that how it is important for commerce, this art and science and technology, the way it is enabling the whole thing. With that, I hand over to you, Karunesh, and I'm sure that you will get that good insight and valuable information from all our industry colleague and expert. Thank you, Karunesh.
Morning, thanks for coming. What I'm just going to do is just set the context of what's going to happen. We have some fantastic speakers coming up ahead who will take you through in detail, or as much detail as possible in the short time that we have, on the various processes that are required to create what we are calling relevant or creative concepts that have impact. So what we've done is we've taken design as the central fulcrum here. I'm basically from design, so slightly biased. But this creation process starts with design. So using that as the fulcrum, we've tried to see what are the various stages of the process that takes it from thought to actual delivery. So first and foremost, I see that some of you are, experienced and some of you are probably quite fresh. But I ask you to just empty your minds and be open to take in some thoughts and ideas that might be of use. So getting to this, I'm going to keep looking at this because I've done this a while ago. The simple success mantra for profitable fashion business is creation of relevant product for a targeted customer segment. It's a simple statement, but what is your brand? What your brand stands for in your CEO's mind and your sales staff's mind should be the same, and that comes from who your customer is. So that's the job. The job is to create a product that is relevant to your segment and audience. So design as a strategic function versus a skill-based function is the hypothesis, wherein India is so full of talent and there's so much skill available. The issue is that we possibly don't do enough preemptive planning and strategic thinking in the specific functions that we function in, but we work in silos. So if strategy is considered at the starting of the process, it should help the process. Basically, strategy needs to create a singular opinion across all stakeholders very early in the process, whether you're talking about a monthly drop or a seasonal drop, so that everybody's aligned towards one singular goal. Again, a really simple statement, but possibly quite hard to follow. Early alignment. So alignment is the key in the last slide and this slide. Early alignment at the conceptual stages of any collection, drop, merchandise plan amongst all stakeholders is the task at hand. And obviously this allows for informed decisions which the team can then drive as a single goal. What happens often, and I've now worked across a plethora of large corporates and small organizations, is that we tend to create silos and work in separate departments. We tend to share information later in the stage. This leads to huge amounts of creation of bad inventory, supply chain issues, a lot of confusion in the process, and therefore most of us are involved in solving for operational issues and sorting out fires on a daily basis. So sochne ka time hi nahi hai. There's no time to think. So then it's suggested that organizations should structure themselves into operational functions and future thinking. And in our jargon, in the industry, we talk about speed to market and we talk about a future think tank, wherein all departments and all people in each department find the time to not just fight operational fires, but also think 2025. Please ignore the 2020 that I've written here, but also think for the next 4 or 5 years, because as we all know, the product cycle can take time. So here is what I call the big 7. These are the 7 things that we think, and this is not comprehensive, there could be more, but these basic 7 things need to be answered right in the beginning of the process. What's your idea? What are the key looks? How are the key looks expanded into categories? How do you plan your drops? What is the key merchandising proposition to the consumer? Please remember, consumer is the boss, your boss is not the boss. what is the target cost and MRP, and what is the communication thought, design, display, fixture, online, landing page, etc. All this should not come in during the process. It needs to come in at the start of the process. And one of my very earlier super bosses, Mr. Vikram Rao, used to say, an average idea well executed is far better than a fantastic idea poorly executed. So this is something that I found quite strong. And therefore, if you were to just, cut short the whole process, what are you talking about? You're talking about what's your brand personality, who's your consumer? Does your brand come from the consumer or does the consumer come from the brand? You can do this either way. Therefore, understanding your competition in your markets, most importantly, understanding your back end. For buyers, communicators, marketers, it's really important to come up with thoughts and ideas that you can actually deliver. Otherwise, you just cause chaos and heartache. Your merchandise hierarchy or your range architecture. The trend forecasting analysis. Trend forecasting is something that we all bandy about, but it's quite a science. And it's like looking at the paper and looking at an Aries ka forecast and saying this is what's going to happen to you. Generic forecasts don't work. Micro forecasting, micro trend understanding becomes really important, because what you decide there is what you're finally going to deliver. So the art of trend forecasting, and then brainstorming. Do not underestimate the power of all your colleagues together rather than working in separate silos. So design, human resource, and business needs to balance. I leave you with this thought as I hand it over to Anuradha, the next speaker. Design is not an idea. It's a tangible product. It's a tangible product. People pay for what they hold. That must be relevant to brand, to target consumer, trend, and ability to make. And that's really it. The execution of this is the key to the whole success mantra. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Anuradha, who will take you through the first step on the process, which is trend and trend forecasting, identifying micro gaps, identifying markets, identifying consumer needs in your specific segments, and how that is done. Anu, if you will join us, or join me. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the session. Anu.
Hi, can we have the presentation up, please? It's called Anuradha Masterclass 01. Alrighty, good morning. Firstly, thank you everyone for turning up this early. Secondly, I'm thanking you all in advance to being a kind and forgiving audience. I'm Anuradha Chandrasekhar, and I'm the co-founder of Itch Creative and Itch Next Trend Forecasting that actually focuses on insighting into India and the cultural trends in India and how they impact fashion. But today, I am going to kickstart the masterclass on actually speaking of making sense of data, right? Small word means a lot of things for concept creation. So let's begin with that. That's me, or rather, the depiction of my husband's drawing of me. Don't ask me why I look bald with 8 strands of hair. That's just his creativity making a play. But let's just begin with what this image sort of speaks, right? Let's make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, helps in sort of get into the detail of what's going on there. So let's sort of observe what's happening on that image. Me representing consumer here. Obviously, there seems to be an Amazon package on the floor there. I seem to be on the app. I'm probably doing various things like, probably returning the product, giving feedback, considering other choices, navigating the application on my purchase journey, and so on and so forth. Let's look a little bit deeper at what's happening in that image, right? I obviously seem irritated, right? I've got my furrowed brows. My husband is at the background seeming very sheepish, right? Looking, obviously, he's done something that's annoyed me. Possibly feeling disappointed, having a million things on my mind. I'm wondering what if, what isn't, why isn't this way, and so on and so forth, right? That brings me to the first point, which is driving insight. What does insight mean? What does it entail? What does it contain? Keeping to the same context. On one hand, there is data that can be quantified, right? That's essentially mapping the consumer's footprint in a very predefined environment. Now, what does that mean? Now, whether that footprint is digital or offline, whether that footprint is the questionnaire that they filled out, whether that is feedback that they have given on an objective question and answer session, anything, right? Their purchase journey, their navigation, how they sort of went about making their choices, is essentially data that can be quantified because it is a predefined environment. You are deciding for them what options you're giving them to choose, right? What is the feedback objective that you're probably giving? Then there is data that is to be observed, that is to be heard. This is feeling, state of mind, aspirations, wishing, influences, what I'm thinking, and so on. So that brings us down to what we were talking about as quantifiable data, as being big data, and what I like to call as emo data on the other side, right? Big data essentially helps you optimize, right, as we know, right? It helps you get better at doing things at what you've already put out in the market, whether that's product, whether that's service, whether that's a navigation stream, anything. It helps you bridge the gap. It helps you understand that, hey, these are missing links, these are missing product categories, we should probably get at it, and so on. It also enables you to do more of the same, whether that's permutations and combinations, but that's essentially what it gives you, right? Past data analytics gives you to be able to understand, hey, I should be doing more of red, more of green, I should probably giving more options and increase width here, anything of that sort, right? But what does emo data do for you? Emo data helps you break clutter. It enables you to do the new, it enables you to build legacy. And that's where really legacy brands, legacy marketing, legacy positioning really comes from. Then there's a third dimension to the entire research criteria, which I like to call as cultural trends. Right? What does this entail? Cultural trends essentially comes down to understanding those conscious and subconscious influences on the consumer. This is something that at HNext we do in a lot of depth, right? To really understand what is the environment that the consumer is existing in and therefore is exposed to and therefore is influenced by, right? And this is you can imagine, it's a pretty interesting, it's everything from design influences, the runway, what's happening in technology, people initiatives, government initiatives, what's happening in the F&B industry, what's happening in grooming, what's happening in corporate industries, how is work changing and therefore workwear changing, blogs, festivals, and especially a country like us, as complex and diverse as it is, our influences are that much more. But this is where at least to me, the genesis of a lot of predictable science starts coming in. Because as we track environmental changes that are happening and what's evolving and what's impacting and what's growing, what's diminishing, starts giving you nuances of what is influencing the consumer and therefore which direction they're possibly going to be heading towards. Which brings me to the next point of identify, right? Which is to connect those dots, which is to be able to identify that problem statement, identify what you want to solve for that consumer, right, and be able to back that. Great brands. Now, before I even get to what great brands do, right, so there are a lot of brands or a lot of solutions that have come off only looking at big data, right, to be able, there are a lot of Me Too concepts that are in the market, and they're great. They have seen reasonable success. But it always comes with a certain limitation factor because it's replicable as an idea. Right? Legacy brands, and therefore great brands, funnel all. They look at big data, they look at emo data, and they look at cultural trends to be able to therefore predict future probabilities, whether that is in product, concept, or a trend. Hence, solve for consumer consistently. I'm stressing on the word consistently because consumers are volatile beings. We are changing our minds, we're changing our environments, we're changing our jobs, we're changing our influences. We're consistently volatile, we are reflecting, we are evolving constantly. And hence, what might have worked earlier may not necessarily work today. It's important to consistently track, consistently understand, to be able to stay relevant as a business, as a brand, as a name to them. Which ultimately then helps you arrive at creating new consumer journeys, right? It's when you break that clutter, is when you sort of draw out a new path, is when you create new consumer journeys, which then, of course, then feeds back into your big data. It feeds back into you being able to track, optimize, get better for them on the same service. And kind of to wrap up what, to me, research and data, none of it really sort of has expected results till you immerse into it. And what do I mean by immerse into it? Is to put your might behind it, right? It is not saying, hey, I've done all of this research and then sprinkle a little bit and let's see what happens. It is to put your might behind it, right? To be able to immerse not just yourself, your company, your process behind the thought, but to also ensure that the consumer has an immersive experience in being able to give you absolutely validated responses to your idea itself. I'm going to take a quick minute to share a case study, not from the fashion industry, but it's a favorite one of mine because it is just so simply and beautifully sort of put through. Of course, I have oversimplified it for today's context, so pardon the brand from my side for doing so. Is the airline Indigo. We all know it, we all fly it. Now, as you all know, Indigo Airlines was not the first airline to sort of enter the value market. There was already Sahara before. There was also Kingfisher, who was sort of in the mid-segment, but giving you a great experience, and so on. They were a bit of the later entries, right? Now, you could imagine what their questionnaires, their feedback forms, their quantitative big data would have probably given them as results, right? Which is be faster, be cheaper, give better seats, give better food options, and so on and so forth. No. That's not what Indigo decided to focus on, all right? What they did was they understood, or they dove deep into the emo data and the human inciting. What they understood is that firstly, okay, most consumers flying at this point of time are possibly corporate users, right? Flying for meetings, for dinners, for events, and so on and so forth. And what they valued most was actually their commitment to their plan and their schedules. They wanted to be able to be there on time, and that's where they came onto things. So Indigo's therefore concept of being on time, it solved for the one problem. It understood that, hey, people might say in a questionnaire that, oh, I wish flights were cheaper, or I wish, we got better seats, I had more legs room, I had more leg space, and so on and so forth. But what they actually understood when they dove deeper to the mindsets of the people was that people just wanted to know that, hey, if I have 11 o'clock meeting and I'm supposed to arrive there at 9 a.m. in my thing, I need to arrive there at 9 a.m. because otherwise everything else sort of falls apart. And that's all they do. So in fact, most of you all know, Indigo Airlines actually buffers a half an hour pre and post a takeoff and arrival, because their point is that I'll get you there on time or earlier, right? Your 2.5-hour flight, I might say it's 3 hours, but I will get you there on time. So hence, creators, recommendation, read between the lines. Quant data is great. It definitely is very important. It definitely gives you validation on a thought and an idea, and to be able to extend it further, to optimize it further. But read between the lines to truly stay relevant, to truly solve for your consumer, and to be able to immerse yourself in giving that experience. Hence, insight, identify, immerse. Thank you very much. This is Anuradha. I'm going to have my colleague and newly found friend as well, Shivani Dutt, who's going to take on the next session. Thank you.
Hi, that was awesome, Anuradha. Difficult to follow something that's that immersive, okay? Quick intro, who I am. I'm Shivani. I've been in the design fashion industry about 22 years. And today, I'm an independent thought leader, speaker. I'll be talking you through something that is close to my heart as an experience, as well as what I've done professionally. So I started off very quickly why I think as an independent, I've been invited to sort of do this, because unlike a typical designer, I have had the good fortune and the ability to work through a lot of different functions, in the industry. So like I was telling Mr. Tyagi this morning, that I started off at Madura. That's where I started, with the launch of Allen Solly Women's Wear. Then I moved to Levi's, which was my first marketing/stint, leading Sykes and Workers. So take a designer, add a marketing lens to her. Then went on to spend about a decade in the States, working with Spanx, Fossil, some really good established names, going through the whole rigmarole of product development, marketing, branding, launching transition lenses, a version of it, which is a very interesting angle. Fashion in the world of photochromatic lenses, etc. So where I'm getting to, ending to actually having come back to India, worked at Amazon, and then my latest stint was with Myntra, or is with Myntra. So what I'm trying to tell you is that I have had the ability to look at design as a function and as a base across a lot of different lenses, right? And which is probably why Karunesh invited and he said, talk through this, right? So the next piece that I was asked to talk about was how do you make it big, right? From concept to creation. Now, this is a very, very large ask. And as again, a lot of us, how many designers in the house, or how many who would qualify themselves as having a design DNA? A raise of hands. Okay. The others don't think they have any design DNA, or have not dealt with design per se. Okay, great. But let me tell you, everybody has some level of aesthetic aspect. You're able to discern, and this is also the other side of me that's talking, which is Buddhist, a spiritualist. So the idea here is making it big from concept to creation is about making it right? And it was something that was covered very well by the leaders yesterday of the industry when they launched this whole conference, where in today's day and age, where you have a lot of, I'd say, brands and e-commerce firms competing to scale and grow, design has the hard task of making it and keeping it right. That's something that I would say. And how do we do this? So, like I said, I'm a practicing Buddhist. I've been doing this about 20 years. And with design, Buddhism, spirituality, and the functions that I've led all across, I've come to realize that there's a very simple ikigai of design, as a central purpose of design that one can qualify. What makes design work and function? So I'm calling it the ikigai of design, which is design should function on 3 levels: beauty, benefit, and good. And where you have the 3 that meet, that is the best fit of what it does. So beauty is about the aesthetic that aligns with the principles, the basic principles of fashion design. Benefit is, as has been, the fulcrum of this entire, 2 days, is how do you create value for the consumer and the brand? And the third piece that is very, very important, that cannot be an afterthought and a pre-thought, which is good. Design has the ability to be better for people and the planet, right? Okay. Now, how many of you recognize this statement? It's a Latin statement. It says, "De gustibus non est disputandum," which means there is no accounting for taste. Taste is either good or bad, but it's subjective. So going to the first part of the ikigai of design, it is subjective. So how do you take something that is so subjective so personal, so unique to each one of us, where everyone has some level of aesthetic discernment. How do you take it, and how do you translate it where it works for a consumer, a set of consumers, like Anu said, or a brand or a set of brands, if you're looking at it at a platform level. So going back to the basics of beauty of design, the 5 basic principles of fashion design: emphasis, every product, and this goes to the range, it goes to the brand as well, every product must have a focal point of view. There has to be, it cannot be serves all, there has to be a focal point of view. The idea of balance, the idea of rhythm. It should flow together, whether it's in the range, whether it's on its own, whether it's part of the brand. Proportion, very, very critical. If you wear something, style something, it should work within that. And harmony. These are almost spiritual principles, I would say, but design is an emotive and a spiritual task, and hence these really qualify very well. Then, of course, there is the balance that we say, which is elements of fashion design. Color as an element is very, very critical. Now, a lot of you must be shopping across the board, or selecting or gravitating towards a certain product. Color is the one thing, by data, that 95% of decisions, the first cut decisions, in the first 3 seconds, when you see something, is dependent on color. The rest of it is around line, around shape, around texture. These are the 4 that, basically form, and this is a very simplistic view. Honestly, it is something that I've kept very simple, because design is, it can get sort of complicated otherwise. Okay, so next, coming to the second quadrant of the Ikigai, which is design that solves for profitability. I think a couple of people spoke about it, and we can talk about it a little more here. Can design really build those benefits that help the business deliver? How? Address the right consumer segment. It was part of the previous piece. Address the right consumer need or aspiration. Address the right product into market fit. Creates to cost and margin target, and is executable and on time, right? Now, we took a cut on the aesthetics of design. This is what else it has to deliver to become functional in the capacity of what it's actually looking to serve, right? And then the last piece, which I spoke about, which is design for good. This is something that we have to consider today, whether you talk about Gen Zs, whether you talk about millennials, whether you talk about X and boomers, any segment of consumer. Ethically sourced, circularity through product lifestyle management, and sustainably scalable. These are 3 things that cannot be a greenwashed poster, put it right after when you're designing the packaging. This has to be the ethos from the very beginning, because, again, this is more of a spiritual take, but we're all realizing the impact of this, having been through 2 legs of COVID, that the impact comes through. And I call it karmically. It does come through, right? So good through design is an absolute essential that we have to think through from the very, very beginning and very, very get-go. So thinking about sourcing something ethically. I think one of the thought leaders spoke about it yesterday. India has a lot in terms of crafts that we do. Are we really looking at it, using what we have, And that is ethically sourcing. Are we looking at our craftsmen? How do we work with them, Versus going a model which is 100% Western focused. Circularity, it came up yesterday again. How do we look at a product from the point that it is made to its next layer, its second life, or how it disintegrates, right? And sustainably scalable. There's a lot of focus, and I can say this because I have worked on a couple of different projects as well as with companies, that there is an inherent focus on trying to make things move faster and doing it very, very fast. And when you do something fast, inevitably, the aspect of doing it right makes it a one-time effort. But the idea is to really spend the time to look at making something sustainably scalable as a solution, right? Very quickly, this is the mechanism. I think Karunesh also touched upon it very quickly. So I'm going to start from the top. We already spoke about research and ideation. That was the first part that Anu covered. Then the concept. Then it leads to prototyping, selling and buying, the production, the delivery, and the merchandising and go live. The reason why I'm repeating this entire piece is what I said in the very beginning. Design DNA, it drives central creation, selection, and merchandising decision across this circle, right? So that leads me to the idea that the key to qualifying and doing a concept to creation that works through and through is to leverage, is a system that leverages the design DNA through and through, right? The next truth or the next piece that I would want to sort of touch upon is the power of edit, right? So where at Myntra, I lead a function which is called curation. I'm a director for curation, and there's a lot of focus on having a curative eye. And because it's a function that has not really existed, I think, across the industry up until, let's say, 2 to 3 years ago, it's very difficult to define what a curative eye is, right? But a curative eye is the idea of selecting right and the power of edit. The power of edit goes across design. It's not just about fashion designers. It's about content writers. It's about people who create marketing collaterals. Everybody uses, or even how you speak, you know, or how you narrate on a day-to-day. The power of edit, just like the design DNA, exists with each one of us. But it's way more important to have that in order to ensure that a concept goes to creation very well. Where do you use this? You use a creative eye at a style and a range and a brand level, right? Quoting Virgin Abloh. How many of you know LVMH? How many of you know Virgin Abloh? Okay, yeah. Quite spectacular, game changer, and unfortunately we lost him recently, right? He said this couple of years ago, right? That he took a 3% approach to tweaking and not reinventing the wheel. The thing about us as designers or as creators is that for us, it's that moment, right? I'm also a mother, by the way. So when you imagine that your child, you know, when you're creating your child or when you're thinking about how you bring a child up, your idea is you're very, very focused, you know, on that one particular thing. And you want it to be 100% perfect to the idea that you may want to completely reinvent, you know, or want a completely different make. So his thought, which is very, very interesting, is that how do you tweak and not completely reinvent the wheel? And that has to do with the fact that 97% of what a brand does or a range does, if it's doing the right things, is actually okay. Whatever you do can be a 3% incremental, and that in itself creates a new product or a new style. So this goes to the idea that you have to look at it with a curative eye on exactly what you need to change very, very sharply. Because sometimes completely redoing the entire set is not really the answer. It's cost prohibitive, it takes time, and it's probably not the right answer that you're looking for. The current D2C spectrum notwithstanding here, because there's a lot of good innovation happening, but generally speaking, if you take concept to creation, this is one rule that I think as designers we could definitely do better looking at, right? Okay, the last, I think I'm wrapping up. The two other pieces that I would want to speak about is we are in the business of aspiration. Whether we are driving aspiration for the consumer, whether we are driving it for the brand or through a style level, right? And this is not a term that I have coined. You can look her up. Anna Angelic, she's the Chief Brand Officer of Esprit. She's written a book which is called Business of Aspiration. And we are all in this business of aspiration. And one of the things that we have to recognize, even with a lot of good technology that is actually sort of coming in, that is being innovated, that is being used across different brands, is in India specifically, we are still a human machinery of fashion designers, buyers, curators, and stylists, all of them using the design DNA to some extent, to some level. So what does that mean? That means that we have to use our design DNA intelligently because we are the machinery that is actually running this entire spectrum, right? And that also brings me to the second point, that there is a scope for automated innovation. You know, there's a lot of end-to-end integration that can be done, which we have to start applying. Very quickly, all of you who have a phone available right now, have a Myntra app? Do you have a Myntra app? No? Okay. So take a look at it from the point that Stylecast as an, I'll take 2 minutes, right? Take a look at it from the point of view of Stylecast, which is a Gen Z-focused shop and shop, right? And that is the closest that I've seen, where you can take an idea and a conception and take it full circle. Because through the human machinery of being an aspirational product introduction and an offering for the Gen Z consumer, it takes that whole notch through. We have a 45-day drop cycle, and we're doing fantastic numbers, but it is totally run on human machinery, which leads from the trend to the creation, to execution, to visualization, right? Okay? The last 2 points, which also brings me to what Karunesh said, design as a competitive advantage. When we create distinctive style, great selection, great merchandising, we make design our competitive advantage. Then we're not really looking at purely numbers alone. There's a lot that can be, you know, gained from exercising the design DNA very well. Yeah, and the last point, design as a single threaded leadership piece. The idea that a chief design officer exists at the center of the table amongst you know, the business is very critical. Yeah, and that's it in summary, just to recap. So yeah, that's it. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. So with this, I'll pass it on to Partho.
Good morning, guys. My name is Partha. I work for Amazon Private Brands. I head design and technical function for the brands. I was talking to Karunesh last evening. He told me, be here by 9 o'clock. We'll start at 9:30. Me being me, I thought of reaching by 9:15. 8:45, I looked up at Google Map and it said it'll take 25 minutes. And it took 45 minutes to reach. So you can blame it on the subject, decision-making based on AI. But that's a one-off case. I've been working in this field for the past 21 years. And last 4 years, I've been making decisions based on AI, to be honest. And I have seen great results. So I'll be largely talking about the decision-making based on AI, not about AI, because I'm not an AI expert. So my presentation will cover fundamentals of AI, creation process, and how AI has impacted decision-making in the past as well as present, and what future looks like to me. So why this hype about AI today? Like, modern business had been basing their decisions basis data for a very long time, quite a few decades. Business owners, entrepreneurs had been shaping the decisions basis data. But what has happened in the last few years, the quantum of data which has come up is beyond imagination. In fact, someone told me like 90% of digital data which is available across the globe has come up in the last 4 to 5 years. And to process such data is almost humanly impossible. Hence, the need of AI has come up, wherein the machine capitalize on the data to make faster, accurate, and consistent decision. How it does it? Basically, it ingests the data, draws a parallel and correlation between the data which has been captured, and that data is being provided by human only, by the way, and then makes a forecasts. It forecasts about future, and basis that forecast, human can pick up that or not. It's up to the human again. So that's how basically how AI works, and final outcome is basically quick problem solving and reduction of human errors. That's the outcome of AI, and that's what I had been using so far within the limited domain space which I am aware about. Apart from that, basis the evolution of tech, there are other spectrums of AI also which has come up. The first one is assisted intelligence, which is basically a simple one where a machine is asked to do certain task and it does it well, like a typically assembly line in a production. The second one is largely what we use today in the function of design, wherein the input, it's a two-way process, it's a symmetry, wherein machine gathers inputs from human in the form of data, it processes it and throws insights to human, which again human uses in terms of decision making. So that's a two-way process in augmented intelligence. The third one is something which is future to us, like we in this field of design, domain, or fashion, we have not started using it, but I see that happening probably in the next few years, which is called automation intelligence, where human is almost out of the loop here. The simplest example would be self-drive cars, for example. Moving on, I'll straight away go to how we use AI in our field, in the field of fashion, in the field of design. So AI doesn't decide for us. It just throws insights and forecasts. And we make the decisions and the judgment as humans, and with which we come up with future prediction. That's how it works today for us. In future, probably I'll share some more insights about future, how it might work. At this point, the big data, which is gathered through human input, again, is being processed by AI, and possible actions are being projected. All this is done by the machine. Then human inputs are gathered, and a judgment is made basis those human inputs. Of course, there are multiple factors there in human inputs, basically, which could be emo data, which Anuj spoke about, which could be experience, which could be art. Multiple inputs comes in there. And then final business decision is being taken. So this is how I've just simplified it as simple as possible. I've made it so that it's easy to understand people who are not from this field. And this is how it functions. And based on the AI input and human intelligence, final decision is being taken by us, which is generally a little more meaningful than how it used to be before. That's how it functions today. Moving on to how we worked in the past, I'll just draw a parallel between how we worked in the past, in the first 15 years of my career, and how we have been working last 4-5 years. And there's a change. There's a change in the way, in the approach itself. So Karunesh spoke about 20/80 rule, which is not 20/80 constant for all brands. It depends on the brand. Some brand might follow 20/80, some brand might follow 60/40 or 40/60. So basically 20% of the range will probably lead to 80% of the business, or say 40% will lead to 60%. That differs basis the brand. So that's a broader rule of range creation. Where AI plays a major role is the second part, which is the 80% of the range, which will lead to 20% of business, or 60% of the range, which will lead to, say, 40% of the business. So this is where designers' primary role come in, where we gather trends, we ideate basis those trends and conceptualize, we prototype, and eventually what goes to production is from the prototypes. This is, again, very simple process which is being followed by designers. Now, talking about the past, how it used to happen in the past, trends used to be real-time as well as futuristic. Largely, we used to rely upon futuristic trends, which was gathered from multiple forecasting companies, as well as ramp shows, plus the trade shows which we used to visit. And then we also used to visit stores, retail, to identify what's here and now running in the store. So the challenge that point in time was the accuracy of what we used to gather. No one could predict that it will be relevant in future or not, and hence our decision making was not accurate. And the second challenge, which according to me was a major one, was the time taken to gather all this information and translate into final product or range. So this was a major challenge in the past. Moving on to what we do now, how we work now, and how the decision making is being done. So again, trends are again futuristic trends as well as real-time trends, but the focus, the pivot has moved from futuristic to real-time. What's happening now, today, here and now, what consumers are buying today, and that has become much more relevant than what futuristic trends would be. Of course, there are innovations and novelties also. Novelties is basically step up jump of what you have already. That has a slightly longer life cycle, but that's also very, very consumer-centric. Like consumer for us is the pivot for everything, and that's how we are working today. Now, to gather those insights, the real-time trends, we have last 3 years, of course, we have not traveled because of COVID, 2.5 years almost. And we realized it didn't affect our working at all. In fact, we did better in terms of gathering insights. So we use tools. We use tools like one of the title sponsors from Stylumia. It's a great job, guys, like whoever from Stylumia is here. Like, it's amazing the way it predicts basis real-time demand of the customer. So another difference between what we used to do in past and what we do now in terms of gathering real-time trends is like, so earlier, if you visit stores, you will get a brand point of view. You will still not understand or gather what consumers are preferring from that offering of the brands. Today, with the help of AI tools, we get to know what consumers are buying from those offerings. So it doesn't matter to me a brand has a offering of 100 products. If consumers are buying those 20 or 50 out of those 100, that's what matters to me, and that's what I want to pick up. So that's where it's helping in a great way, wherein the tools are basically converting the supply data to a demand data and throwing insights for us. So that's been a game changer for us, and that's been a major change in decision making over the past few years compared to what we used to do in first 15 years of my career. So yeah, that's something which I already spoke about. The brand point of view versus the customer point of view, what has become more important today is the customer's point of view instead of the brand's point of view. How it has helped? Broadly, 3 ways. Focus has shifted purely to customers. The variety of offering is, instead of just for the sake of variety, it's more meaningful and more relevant, I'll say, for the customer. Of course, it reflects in our sell-throughs and numbers as well, and better decision-making, more relevant decision-making for on behalf of customers, I'll say. What future holds? This is something interesting, and there's no assurance, but this is what, for me, it might happen. It might take a direction towards this. Generally, there's a mindset of, there's a slight bit of resistance towards AI. I think that will gradually change because it's nothing. 80% is still human data and 20% is modeling here. So eventually there'll be a shift towards AI for sure. There are few challenges which we see today which AI doesn't cover or AI doesn't provide solutions to. So number one is AI is largely dependent on online data and not offline. So it'll be a great support for creative functions if AI can provide offline data as well. I don't know how would that happen. It's a rigorous one, but still it'll help. Color is an area like AI predicts colors, even for that matter. Pantone or WGSN, they might say Viva Magenta is the color of the year, but how would it combine with other colors? How would it complement other color? Which other colors would complement that? If that is also being predicted by or forecasted by AI, that's easy. It's a science, basically. It's no human interference is required. It's basic science of color, and that could be done by AI. It will make designers' life and time more fruitful and more productive. Third area is bold prediction. This is an area where India is still lagging behind, far behind what Western countries are today. So customers, if like multiple forecasting agencies are predicting multiple trends, and multiple brands are picking up all those trends, and there's no correlation between these brands, what they pick up, it doesn't matter to consumer. They don't give a, they don't bother about what is in trend. If 10, 20 big brands make a bold prediction and offer that trend as they're offering in the season, then only customers get to believe that it's a big trend, and they will miss out on something if they don't buy from that trend. Otherwise, if we continue the way we are working, like I've worked in companies where there are next door 5 brands and all are predicting different trends in their offering for the season. So that doesn't make sense. So bold prediction is another area where AI can support and collaborate with all the brands to make one trend big for the season, or a couple of trends maybe. Automation intelligence, which I spoke about, this is another area where definitely AI will help designers in terms of creation, generative design basically, wherein based on the input gathered from the insights of the trends, it can automatically create designs as well. And that is what is a time-taking process. Next step could be like it creates the final tech pack of the product, and the designer has just to make selection from that. That will make work much more faster here. There's, of course, a parallel conversation, which is like, would you need human designers at all? I think it will be required because it's a collaborative process. Still, the larger decision has to be made by humans only. So the way it will function is basically AI, which will be forecasting, predicting, and creating, and human brain, which bases the experience as well as emo data, curate finally, and that's how decision-making will be done. Why this focus on decision-making, the last slide for me, is basically to shift the focus on a larger subject, which is very important, and we all are responsible for what is, for the situation today, which is about like 50 billions of fashion products are made every year, and out of those 150 billion fashion products, 50 million goes waste. Most of it goes into landfill, which is a major, major disaster for the companies. It's a loss in terms of economic loss as well as environmental loss, which is a larger problem. 115 billion kgs of carbon footprint, 135 billion kiloliters of water wastage. So I'm sure we can do better here, and hence the focus on decision making is critical, whether it's basis AI or human intelligence. Of course, we all can decide for ourselves. Thank you. Sorry, guys, I was supposed to introduce the next speaker, and who is Nidhi Raj, a dear friend, old colleague. He's one of the greatest designers I've known, now evolved into a business person. So over to Nidhi.
Thank you, Partha. Thank you. Can you hear me? Do I need to use the mic? So yes, it is true that I'm Nidhi. Obviously, you know, with a name like that, you expect something different, something probably better, but this is what it is. The good news is that I will try and keep this for 10 minutes sharp. Obviously, it's an honor to speak at the Masterclass at IFF, and I would like to thank Karunesh and Mr. Rao for this opportunity. Thank you very much. I was very, lazy in making the presentation, so I have just about 8 slides, and probably with just a couple of words and a couple of photographs, but I have lots of notes that I will refer through. So I was committed to make a good presentation. So, so my topic that has been given to me is the art of creative sourcing. Now, obviously, two different words from very different world. They should not be put together. The thought of putting this together itself is immoral, but you know Karunesh, he is the master of creating disruption. And he's given me this opportunity to bestow this responsibility on me to explain this. So, and I'll use a top 5 format, which is stolen from Guy Kawasaki, from his top 10 format of art of innovation. If you don't know Guy Kawasaki, he is a marketing genius who was responsible for Macintosh computer line in the 1980s. I currently work with Arvind Youth Lifestyle Private Limited. I run Flying Machine. I worked in large corporate brands, worked in export house, and also ran a factory. So I have, over the years, learned a lot about design, innovation, and sourcing and manufacturing. And today, I would like to pass that on to you, especially the younger ones, so that you can go back and make a difference. So I'd start with top 5. And the first is to start with the desire to create a great product. I think it is extremely critical and important to start with a desire to create a great product rather than just creating products or repeating bestsellers. I'm not saying that you should not repeat bestsellers. That's important. That's critical. That's fundamental. But it is extremely important to prioritize the deep desire to create great products. What I'm saying is that design, product manager, marketing, sourcing must come together to create an environment where great product can be created and celebrated. And at this point of time, I typically leave cost out of equation. I'm not saying cost is not important, but when you start the process of creating great product that would eventually go and tell great stories and fundamentally change a lot of things, cost should be put out of the equation. Of course, cost is a factor that should be taken later and managed, but at this point of time, cost should be taken out of equation. That's what I do. And I use Uniqlo as an example because it's an easy example to understand because all of us know Uniqlo, and it is also a distant example. It's not a very close example because I don't want to piss people off by using some example and leaving others. So Uniqlo has made multiple products like Heat Tech, Airism, Lifewear, etc., and all these products are deeply rooted into the desire to create great products. Years of innovation, years of constant research and innovation and producing great products. However, Uniqlo also sells every day a lot of basic products, t-shirts, shirts, but they prioritize sourcing for disruptive innovation to create disruptive products. I use Uniqlo also an example because it is not a super premium brand, because it's a myth that to create great products, the products needs to be costly. It's an absolute myth, and this is a great example that demonstrates that. So start with a desire to create great products, because if you don't focus on being bold on creating great products, if you don't put that as your topmost priority, you will have only option to compete on price. And that is eventually raised to the bottom. No matter how competitive your sourcing is, someone, somewhere will beat you on price tomorrow. So create great products that can tell great stories. That brings me to the next point, tell great stories. Your product should have stories that are unique. Designers and product managers in this new modern world need to acquire skill sets to participate in sourcing of products that can tell great stories. Stories that can inspire not just consumers. I'm not talking about marketing. I'm talking about stories that can inspire not just consumers, but team within. Because I firmly believe that people come to work to not do a job, but to participate in a purpose. At Flying Machine, over the last 1 year, the team has been developing and creating great products and great stories, but I will not be able to share that today because because of confidentiality factor, we are at the verge of launching that. But I will use an example from my previous few stints. I'm using an idea which was developed by this core team, Jagdish Ramachandran, when I was heading product in Peter England. Jagdish Ramachandran was product lead, Vasudha Arora product manager, Vijay Mehta designer, Rahul Shukla sourcing, and Neeraj Gaur in technical team. We met Rajiv Rai Sachdev, who heads a company called Advantage Nature, who had been pursuing and developing and perfecting his patented technology called Enliven in technical collaboration with ID Delhi. This groundbreaking technology is basically micro-encapsulation of 100% herbal neem, tulsi, mixed with other herbs on fabrics to add comprehensive hygiene benefits like antifungal, antibacterial, and was tested to provide defense against ultraviolet rays for a bare minimum UPF 20. This herbal production in a small little village near Kandaghat in Himachal Pradesh took almost about 2.5 to 3 years for us to perfect the product. And so that the claims that were made could be substantiated. And then came the pandemic. This also reinforces my belief that if you're constantly innovating and creating a culture of creative sourcing, the world offers you with an opportunity to serve. The readiness on this technology gave us hope and belief that the pandemic was not just a challenge, but also an opportunity to serve our consumers in a more meaningful manner. We quickly built scale, moved herbs from Himachal Pradesh to Bangalore, maneuvering through the lockdown from one state to another, and ended up producing shirts, t-shirts, loungewear, innerwear, masks, etc., etc. That takes me to the third point, empowered teams. Now, how do you create great products which tell great stories? You need to have an empowered team, right? I think Shivani also spoke about that how do you empower various teams in various functions. Great products and great stories can only be delivered if you have an empowered team that collaborates not just within the organization, but develops an ability to create collaborations outside the organization. That's super critical because you get an outside-in perspective. Empowering your team within the organization makes them far more creative, far more productive, far more passionate. And it enhances them. It enhances and changes the meaning of work. They feel confident in result. They naturally end up creating partnerships and collaboration that benefits the organization in many more ways than seen. Again, in one of my previous assignments, I happened to meet Navneet from Archroma. Archroma is a chemical company, dye company, and we started a project called Earth Chinos. Basically, Earth Chinos were dyes created with natural food waste, such as rosemary leaves, orange peels, etc. This technology was still at a very nascent stage. But it was Lal Sudhakaran, Mr. Lal Sudhakaran, who was running manufacturing, who was head of manufacturing of my previous company where I was working, who came forward and helped us realize this product, even though he had to take a lot of pain because the technology was not ready yet. So we had to go through multiple iterations, etc., to get this product out. But when the product came out, to all of us to the happiness that we had and to the joy that we received, because this product became the world's first Earth Chino with NFC traceability. And just to give you an idea, a couple of brands that followed was the likes of G-Star, Patagonia, Kathmandu, etc. And we became the first brand to do it. That quickly takes me to the fourth point, keep the faith. Allow the team to make mistakes. Don't burden or limit great ideas with the current brand positioning and market scenario and all of that. I'm not saying that's not important. That's important. That's critical. Very, very important. I'm not saying that you should allow teams to make non-relevant products, non-valuable products, and just unique. That's stupid. That shouldn't be done. But we must allow teams to make mistakes. So we must allow space and freedom to make that mistake. We must budget for mistakes. That's critical. There'll be a lot of naysayers who will tell this cannot be done, that cannot be done, this shouldn't be done. Ignore them. Don't listen to them. During one of my previous stints, I happened to meet Krishna Bhandaru, who was running microspinning technology. And we embarked on a journey called Homemade Cotton Initiative. Dr. Tyagi is here. He would know about this very, very closely. We worked very closely on this. So this technology basically challenged the spinning technology. Spinning, that is a very capital, resource, time incentive technology. This technology crunched everything into a machine that was just about 10 to 12 feet. But of course, it was imperfect. It was beautifully imperfect. It was slubby yarns that it was like khadi that it produced. And it took us about 3.5, 4 years to perfect this yarn, to be able to bring it to an acceptable quality limit for a national branded apparel brand. Once we got the yarn perfected, we hit another challenge, which was nobody wanted to run this on looms because airjet runs at 1,000, 1,200 RPM. This had to be run much slower at about 300 RPM, just to give you a reference. And then we met Aditya from Anubha Industry. And he heard the story, and then he said that I want to participate in this, and I want to support. And then he went back, and forget shirting, we ended up making denims out of Homemade Cotton Initiative. And in just about a couple of years, if I'm not mistaken, the Homemade Cotton Initiative denim contribution went up to about 20 to 21% of the total denim production, which is massive. So consumers accepted it, and we eventually had a great story. Now that takes me to my fifth point, which is very simple, the rule of 5%. I think Shivani spoke about Virgil Abloh, the rule of 3%, and the new Tiffany and the Nike collaboration. So I think it's 3-5%. It's a sense. I don't think you can measure it, but it's a sense. I work at 5% because it's easy number. And by that I mean is that once you have a great product, which can tell great stories, you have empowered teams that can deliver those stories, you must challenge it all over again. You should repeat that. You should come back and say, this is not good enough. Keep changing it, but just about 5%, because it takes a village to create great products. And we must then value those products and keep changing it by 5% again and again. And that is my art of creative sourcing. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. And I would like to introduce the next speaker, Preeti, CBO of Nika Fashions, and an old friend.
Thank you so much. Great. Hi everyone. How's the Josh? It sounds like everybody is about to doze off. Come on, guys. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so we heard a lot of really strong presentations from people who I've worked with before. Actually, pretty much everybody I've worked with before. And I think what we really see is that one is what you conceptualize, and then how does it come alive. So really, this next 5 minutes, I'm hoping, will be on how do we bring together the idea of the story, how do you bring together disruption, and how do you really play it out with the consumer right in the center of all of it. So this is Naked by Nika, and this is a lingerie brand that we run. 80% of women wear wrong bra size, and that's Bowman Irani really representing that bra wale bhaiya who just looks at you and says, okay, this is your size, and that's what most women have gone through as you've tried to shop. And this was really our insight, that listen guys, we are a new age firm, we are Nika Fashion, we are so much talking about improving everything in life and saying that we can get the best of the world to India, but this is what our reality today is. And because of this reality, somewhere our conversations around lingerie have been extremely limited, which actually leads to further feeding people wearing wrong sizes, right? So this is how the brand was launched, and we said that we really wanted to simplify your second skin, which was the core benefit that we wanted to stand for, and saying always real, always simple. And this was actually launched peak COVID times, so we had very little consumer interaction that we could do. We had done a lot of research. We were literally going to people's houses to get trials generated and to really see how we can build the brand. But essentially what we came up with this line at that point of time to state that, you will always have good days and bad days, and we cannot stop wars and we cannot stop viruses, but unfortunately both of them came true. But what we can do is we can actually give you a piece of bra or an innerwear which will be so comfortable that you'll really be amazed with what it does for you, and it will really support you through whatever you're doing. So come that, we're a listed firm, can't share the numbers. We're multiple 100 crore annualized revenue in the last 2 years. We are profitable as we speak. It's not that we are burning money. Typical D2C firms are discounted. We are not a discounted brand. We stand proud when we state that actually our discounting percentage is less than 10%, which is actually even higher than what most apparel firms, regular brands, national brands end up doing. So disrupting, really taking it to the next level. And I think there are 3 things that I really wanted to share because this is a masterclass and for you to understand what we have done to really get to this point. I think we've really been true to the consumer's needs. We said we will simplify, so we've really simplified things. We said we will establish a meaningful connect with consumer because obviously we're expecting, it's not like women are not wearing bras today, right? So you're expecting women to move from their current bras to a new lingerie brand. And to move to a lingerie brand, something has to really click, which means that it really needs to be relatable into what you're doing. And of course, I think all the previous presentations have spoken about it, but I think the heart of it is really saying exceptional product and how do you make a difference to it. And more importantly than exceptional product, always. I think that consistency of exceptional product is what really has done it. So our first thing that we did was we actually did we are Nykaa Fashion and Tech teams are fairly strong, and we actually solved the bra bhaiya challenge with a tool, that AI tool that we've developed. It's called the Bra Fit Advisor. You take a 3-minute, it asks questions like, is your bra slipping? Is your band working? So very, very consumer-centric questions and understanding your body, understanding what style will work for you, what size will work for you. So that was a clear consumer connect to simplifying lingerie and finding the right fit for you. Second thing that we did was in terms of relatable content, I think I'm really proud of what the team has been able to accomplish here because typically industry engagement rates on Instagram are 2%, 1.5% for even the best of the brands. And Naked has always stood at between 8 to 14%. So it's really insane the kind of team, yes, and the kind of content that the team generates around it. Super relatable, super relatable. I think, I think Nidhi was talking about the fact that 3%, 5%, the number has been coming. To me, the 3%, 5% is also to state that you've got something going. How do you take it to the next level? Unless you add that 3%, 5% of excitement around the core proposition, then you will not get there. And that's how Bhumi Pednekar came into the picture. So far, no Indian brand has been able to collaborate with a celeb because obviously, you know how things are in India, and to put up a celebrity in a bra in a store is not the easiest thing to achieve. And even during the shoot, Bhumi was like, am I making the right choice? Am I really doing what is required? And as a team, we are so obsessed about getting things right that we actually did an all-women crew in the shoot. And the only reason that she signed up was because we said, we just want to simplify things for women. We just want to make it easy for women in India to shop for a product which should be really, really super close to their heart, close to their body, etc. And that's how she came in. Of course, the fact remains that we also did it in an insane budget, but that's for some other day. When we look at women, I think I spoke about the fact that conversations are really limited. And to ensure that our conversations go up, we've actually been building out a really strong tribe of women that come and share their journey of lingerie experiences and how they have been growing around it and and not just lingerie, but beyond lingerie. How do you see your life developing? How are things developing for you? And there are such incredibly moving stories that emerge. Some girls, actually, brother went with her to the store and picked up the piece of lingerie, and then she went back and stated, no, I'm not okay with this. Can you go back and change it? So there are just such heart-wrenching moments that come out of it. And I think, it's really been doing very well for us and adding to the brand. Lastly, I think in terms of product that delivers, how many components do you think a bra has? Guys, all the designers cannot speak. Anybody other than a designer can speak. Come on. Okay, that's a lot, but yeah. So we actually, bra has 17 components. So any particular bra that you look at actually has 17 different elements. And these 17 different elements are actually coming from across the globe to come together, whether they're matching color, the tolerance levels are low because it's a very small product. So it's an extremely strong technical garment that actually comes out. And I think our team and really the strong team that we have has really nailed it. And I think the only reason for nailing it also has been the sheer amount of obsession and passion with which they come in and state, listen, we have to get this right. We can't do too many things because we're talking about simplifying lingerie and then have 100 styles to select from. That will be totally counterintuitive. And that's where our obsession with the perfect fit comes. We actually take almost a year to fit, and minimum 40 to 50 bodies we are checking the fit on before we launch. So it is really stating that you've made an exceptional product. You're trying to communicate with the relevant consumers and seeing how it can be done, how you're really connecting with the consumer. So for example, most brands either do models who are thin or models per se. We actually love to work with influencers and normal women. We don't touch up a single body part. So you will never see a naked image which has been touched up, whether it's the tires which are showing or the marks which are showing. We like to keep it super relatable and super, super connected, and which actually leads to 3 tenets that we follow. We reject more than we accept by a large margin. I think Swati's here. She heads design. I think if you can put your hand up, Swati, you can discuss the pain that she goes through when she puts it all together, but that's where it is. I think we're heavily data-oriented. I think there's a lot that can be said on data and what you can achieve from it and what you can't. But I think everybody comes up with their own pattern of how you can use data and how you can't. For example, for us, Bra Advisor is a great tool which feeds back to us because 99% of the consumers who've taken the Bra Advisor test have actually bought the product and they've gone back happy. So they've not come back and returned and all of that. So I think there's a lot of feedback loop that we do, and we're always doing head-tail analysis, which means we are very happy to drop products, very, very happy to say that let's focus on few things and let's just get those right and really be exceptional in that product and consistently exceptional in that product. So these are the 3 points. We are true to the consumer need. We are we are all about simplifying lingerie, keeping it relatable, not keeping it very complicated, having real conversations. We have things like ask us any question lingerie, ask us anything related to that. I think we always make exceptional products and we really keep it very, very simple and relatable, and that's Naked for you. Thank you very much. Can I have Shreya from Puma, please? And she heads marketing for Shreya. Thanks.
Hi. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Shreya. I head marketing for Puma. I know many of you were expecting Abhishek Ganguly to speak here today, who is my boss. I know the folks at the reception definitely were because I went there and they handed me Abhishek's name tag instead of mine. But I know that every good storyteller knows that a great story needs conflict. So this is mine, where Abhishek called me 2 days ago and said, hey, you're doing this instead of me, right? So we're hoping that with that conflict out of the way, I've set up a great stage for a great story to tell you guys today. If we can just have the presentation up. So I'm going to be talking to you guys today about communication and content and how you can really use the art of storytelling to create bottom of the funnel impact, right? As opposed to just top of the funnel, which a lot of people believe is where storytelling traditionally sits, right? But we at Puma have a very different approach. And I want to take you through that with a couple of examples. And I wanted to show you how you can actually use the art of storytelling and engagement, if done well, to tangibly drive bottom of the funnel impact. Okay. Take your shoes as always. In the meantime, I think we have very little time. I know we're running short on time. I do have an interesting interaction for you guys. So in the meantime, if we can just save time, if you can take out your phones and you can open your web browser, whether you use Chrome or you use anything else, if you can just keep that ready and we'll get started as soon as the presentation is up. I think you're going to have to change the view a bit. I don't think we're going to meet your time deadlines, Karunesh, today. All right, awesome. Okay, so let's go. I think to start with, like I said, I want to start with a very simple exercise that I want us to do together. Just have a look at this shoe. This is something that we did a couple of years back. And what I really need is your help to price this shoe. So if you can just, if you have your web browsers open, if you can go to the address above, polev.com/ and tell me what you think we should price this shoe. There should be an answer box if you can just fill in your answer there. Folks from Puma who already know the answer, you don't need to participate. I know there are some of you here. Okay, somebody says 6,000. 12,000. 16, 10. Priceless. That's a good one. 8,000. 10,000. Okay, I see mostly in the range of 10 to 12, 17,000. Okay, awesome. Now, what if I were to give you a little bit more information on this? So this product that we created it right before the ICC Men's ODI World Cup of 2019. We created only 150 pairs of this, right? This was the exact replica that Virat actually wore on the pitch during the series. Each shoe was individually numbered. As you can see, it's on the screen, collector's edition 2 of 150. The first one was, of course, owned by Virat, but we sold the other 149. And each box had a specially signed note by Virat in it, right? So now if we were to reattempt the same exercise, if you were to now tell me what you think the price of the shoe should be, and you can go to the same browser, your question would have changed. Okay, 9,000, 45,000, 30,000, 60,000, 25,000. Okay. Yeah, so clearly the average of what you think the price is has gone up, right? And that's exactly what storytelling does, right? Incidentally, the product was 20K. We sold all 149 pieces. Virat still has his at home. He continues to play with it, in fact. But that's the entire point of storytelling, right? That if you tell the story well, if you engage your audience, it definitely does lead to bottom of the funnel impact, right? 20K is probably the highest we've ever priced on-pitch cricket boot, right? And we were able to sell it simply because we told the story well. And that's exactly what a brand can do when they want to drive bottom of the funnel impact, right? So let's get to it. I'm going to take you through a couple of examples of what we've done, what the insight behind each of those was, and how we actually use that to drive some impact, both in terms of course, awareness and top of the funnel, but very much bottom of the funnel as well, right? So let's start with the first one. Okay, so the first example that I'm going to take you through is actually based on the favorite day of every marketeer here, and across the world, in fact, it's International Women's Day, right? All brands love this day. We love to do something around it. We love to have a messaging go out there, right? And it's almost a cacophony of brand voices, everybody vying for the conversation during this day, right? So as this day came by last year, we said, let's do something a little differently, right? Rather than talking to women, how do we engage them in the conversation, right? What can we do to ensure that what we're saying and how we are engaging and what we stand for stands out, right? So here's what we did. I'm just going to play you a snippet of what we did.
You make me feel so good.
Time for your proper ready with cool outfit.
You make me feel so good.
I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling very excited, a bit nervous. Excited, you know.
All the women out there who are strong, who are beautiful.
Are you excited to see your picture on Indiaretailing.com?
Yeah, I'm excited. All right. So what we did was we said instead of talking to women, let's make them part of the conversation, right? And the insight was simple. We said if you have to engage women and you have to engage your consumers deeply, you have to pick a topic that they care about, right? So we picked the topic that they care about the most, themselves, right? Who doesn't love to stand in front of the camera, be professionally shot, and actually be the face of the brand that you buy products from, right? So we set up a professional photo shoot set up in 12 cities across about 16, 17 stores. And we invited women to come and actually get professionally shot. And the kicker to that was we sort of used a bit of tech and we did a bit of back-end integration on Puma.com. So not only could you come to store and get your images professionally shot, you got them in your inbox immediately, but they also showed up on Puma.com immediately, and they were tagged to the products that you wear during the shoot, right? Which means if I were looking for a particular pair of shoes on Puma.com and you had just shot in those shoes, you would show up as a catalog model for that product, right? So we basically integrated the everyday consumer and made them the face of the brand. So they literally saw themselves when they went to buy the product, right? And what was the impact of that? We actually saw a 35% jump in sell-through for women's products right at the beginning of the season. So this is all full-price products. 67% jump in in-store conversion, especially for the stores where we actually did the photo shoot setup. We saw 500% jump in the average page traffic on .com, right? Because people were so excited to see themselves there, they kept going and checking themselves out, sending friends, sending relatives, sending family to go see them on .com. And we saw 25% growth in the average transaction value because women were coming into the store, wearing an entire look, shooting in it, realizing they loved the look and buying the entire look, right? So this started out as like a conversation on engagement, how do you engage the consumer, and made sure that product was probably something that we just very subtly integrated, right? But what ended up happening was because there was such a deep engagement of the consumer with the brand and the brand's product, it led to a direct offtake, and we actually saw massive impact in terms of how that impacted our bottom of the funnel, impacted our revenue, and literally instantly. We saw all of this jump in those 6 days that we did the campaign, and to the point where a lot of the products that were favorites of consumers were sold out in stores in probably the first half of the season itself, right? So the insight here is very simple. First, solve for what your consumer cares about, then figure out where does your brand fit in there and how do you fit in your product there seamlessly, right? If you're not thinking consumer first, if you're not thinking what is it that your consumer wants to engage on, rather than what you want to engage with the consumer on, you're never going to see a deep impact of the storytelling or the engagement that you do with them, right? Now coming to the second one. Now, while this is, of course, at an overarching brand level, you're talking to an entire consumer segment across the entire country, right? This is something that you can apply very easily in a hyper-local setting as well, and that's exactly what we did. So this was for a store launch that we did in Elante Mall in Chandigarh. It's one of the biggest, most premium malls. And of course, Puma being Puma, we don't do typical ribbon cutting. Of course, when you do a store launch, you wanted to drive footfalls to the store, you wanted to drive conversion, but you want to do it in a differentiated way that people are still talking about it, right? So here's what we did.
ही अपने समाज को कर देता है। बिल्लियाँ कहीं भी रह सकती हैं, उनको खाना छोड़ दो, उनका बस लिटर का बॉक्स छोड़ दो, वो खुद ही सब कुछ कर लेंगे। प्लांटे वॉल चलो।
All right, so who you just saw on the screen was Hadi Sandhu, who's a singer, and Yuvraj Singh, who's a cricketer. They are both Puma brand ambassadors. And what we wanted to do when we did this launch was, again, find an insight, find something that the people of Chandigarh care about. So for those of you who know Chandigarh or have been to Chandigarh, there is this concept called Gedi. I don't know how many people know it. It's basically this entire phenomena where you get in your fancy cars and you drive around the city, right? And usually playing loud music with your windows down, but it's a vibe. Everybody does it. There are designated Gedi spots. And you ask any Chandigarh person, and that's something that they would love to talk about, to the point where they even have interesting apps where if you put in a number, a VIN number, or a plate number, license plate number, you would know whose car it is, right? So that's what they actually use to even track singers, rappers, celebrities when they're sort of driving down the city, right? So we said, now how do we use an insight like this, something that's so integral to Chandigarh, and link it to a Puma store launch, right? Now the insight was, what Puma does is one of its categories is it sells motorsport product, right? Which is basically products that you create in collaboration with Ferrari, BMW, etc. So we said, why don't we take this concept of motorsport, right, and integrate it into the Gedi concept. So if you saw Yuvraj, he was driving a BMW, he was wearing his BMW gear. We started the store launch with a Gedi around the city, where we told consumers, hey, Yuvraj and Hadi are going to hit 3 Gedi spots in the city. If you can catch them there, we'll take 3 of you back to Elante Mall, right? And so, of course, we did the Gedi, and we landed up at Elante Mall, where they spent a bit of time in the store. Not more than 10% in the store, I would say, and the rest of the time outside engaging with the crowd, playing cricket, chatting with them, learning dance steps, right? And of course, if I just take you through the impact, right? We saw a massive, massive jump in store sales, 187% growth in store footfalls, and this is already a super crowded mall, 60% growth in new customer acquisition, and 67% growth for in-store conversion. Right, and all of this with spending less than 10% of the time in store, not really talking about the product, just simply creating a conversation around Chandigarh and how Puma fits in so perfectly, right? So yet another example of how you can use great storytelling to actually create bottom of the funnel impact. And the insight again was super simple. What is it that people in Chandigarh care about? It's Gedi. Clearly, it's a marker that distinguishes Chandigarh from the rest of India. And how do we as Puma fit into that, right? So this is something that we've used time and again. And it always seems to pay off, right? And of course, I know people will say, hey, there are always exceptions to this rule, right? This may not apply in every situation. For example, during a pandemic, right, where all of us were struggling to stay afloat. The focus was very much revenue. You need to drive conversations on product more than ever now, or else you're not going to tide through, right? Now, where does something like a storytelling fit in such a situation? So here's what we did. Our problem statement was actually a slightly tricky one. This was in 2021, again around May. We were launching probably the most high-end running shoe we have ever done, called the Puma Nitro. And all the research that we did, all the information that we gathered told us that people like to buy running shoes in store because they want to go in, they want to try the footwear, they maybe want to test it on a treadmill. They need the support of the people in the store to tell them, okay, this is your problem statement, right? You're struggling with pronation, why don't you solve for stability? You're an amateur runner, why don't you look for something that's lightweight? Or you're a professional runner, I guess you need propulsion for toe-off, right? These are conversations that you would have in person. Now, of course, in the middle of a pandemic, you can't really do that. But you need to sell your high-end running shoe with starting price points at 10K, right, and upwards. Now, how do you do that in an interesting way, in a differentiated way, still driving bottom of the funnel impact, right? So what we did was we said, let's find a way to replicate these conversations that somebody would have with a person in the store, but do it in an online setting that they can do from their home. So what we did is we collaborated with the Facebook team to create a chatbot, an AI-powered chatbot with Virat as the persona, right? So he basically chats with you, helps you figure out what the right shoe for you is, recommends the shoe to you, and then either redirects you to the product page on .com or helps you find your nearest store. So if you are stepping out and you still want to test the product, you're doing it with 100% clarity of exactly what you want, ensuring that you're able to actually go to the store, pick it up, and make that, trip that you've taken actually fruitful, right? What we saw, interestingly, was about 1.5 million conversations with the bot in just 15 days. And this was equally impressive, not just in terms of the quantum, but also in the fact that the conversation probably took you about 90 seconds, right? And in an age where attention spans of humans are now probably lesser than goldfish, right? I think 12 seconds is what I heard last. This was interesting because it told us that people were willing to sit through the entire 90 seconds to chat with Virat and help him find them their best running shoe, right? Of course, we saw a massive jump in sales, which was reassuring because this was probably one of our most critical product launches that we've done, that too in the middle of a pandemic. And when it came to in-store, for the people who went in-store, we saw across the country a 15% jump in average selling price, which told us that people were going in and actually buying the higher-end products at full price, right? So, again, the insight here was very simple. You know how consumer likes to engage with you. You know how they like to buy the product. So then you know what their purchase journey is. Now, how do you gamify that in a way that you're solving for the purchase journey, but you're still keeping the consumer engaged, right? Because if you're not keeping the consumer engaged, they're bound to be drop-offs. And using a simple tactic like making it Virat's persona that was chatting with you ensured that you basically got the impact that you wanted, right? So here are a couple of examples. I hope this has been helpful for you. I think we're happy to take any questions that you have. I think mine is the last conversation of the day. But yeah, I think that's it from me. If you were sleepy at the beginning of the day, I hope we've woken you up with our conversations. And Karunesh, I think you can come and take the stage from me now.
Thanks, Shreya. Thank you all. We've really overshot our time slot, so unfortunately we won't be able to take any questions. However, I think there is an online platform for that. So sorry about that, but if you have any questions, please address them online. Thanks so much for attending this. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, and yes, all our speakers will be around through the day, so you can always catch them outside over a cup of coffee if you need to. Let's continue talking about how brands develop and how they reach consumers. We heard in the last panel about brands with a purpose, so now let's walk the talk. I was having a conversation last evening between the awards and the conference with a young man who said he was trying to evolve his family's export business into becoming one that created sustainable garments and created a sustainable brand. So you've got social challenges, social changes that consumers are expecting, but how do you as a brand meet those challenges and those changes? Our panel today has Dr. Naresh Tyagi, Chief Sustainability Officer, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail, Bhavisha Dave, Co-founder Capsule, Shyam Patnaik, Joint President, Global Head Specialty Business at Grasim, Susan Bakpal, Director, Marketing and Communication at Industry Foundation and Mother Earth, Prasansha Saha, VP of Design at Reshamandi, Puneet Dudeja, Director, Business Development South Asia for WGSN, and to moderate the conversation, Devyani Hari, Director, Center for Responsible Business.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. If I can ask the speakers to join me on stage. I'm Devyani. I work with the Center for Responsible Business, and a big thanks to the organizers for, partnering with us for this session. And if I can invite the speakers to come and take their position as well. So we're going to talk about brands with purpose, and we've also been told that we have a limited time. We will try, but I can't promise that we will wrap it up in 35 minutes. Let's hear from our speakers. So when we talk about brands with a purpose, first of all, what is the purpose that we are talking about, right? We did want to set that context. When we're talking about purpose and what the panel will look into is the business growing sustainably, but the planet is sustainable, and the people flourish. So it is people, planet, profits that we are looking at when we talk about purpose. Now, is purpose important? Absolutely. You can look at it from various perspectives. If you look at regulations, our own international ones, the fashion industry is beginning to get regulated. There is a lot of focus on sustainability. There is a lot of focus on how you use your resources. So it is definitely coming our way. It is coming in the way the consumer is making their choices. We heard in one of the sessions yesterday, it is coming in the way finance is being done for the sector. It is definitely coming in regulations. So I think we cannot decouple purpose from business anymore, right? Now, are we there as yet? Absolutely not. But is it completely a blank slate for us in India? Is it a concept that's coming to us from outside? Again, a big resounding no. There is a lot that is being done here, and it is being done at various levels. So the panel that I have with me today will delve into some of those models, will talk about how purpose is working for them, will look into that how are some of the challenges that they're looking at can be looked to resolve. So that's something that we will be looking at. We will readjust the panel a little bit, but before I get to our speakers, I did have one quick question for the audience. If I say brand with purpose, which brands come to your mind? Would you like to share some names? Anyone? Doodle Age. And why? Okay, so sorry, I'm going to keep it brief, but thank you. So Doodle Age, we heard about one. I mean, fashion is a big industry. We are talking about many brands. So if you're talking about brands with purpose, which brands? Okay. Great. Okay, thank you so much. So we are hearing that they're working with waste, we are hearing that they are better utilization of resources, and I'm happy to report at the end of the session you will have a number of brands that you will add to your knowledge who are working with a purpose. Right, and this is something we also want. We want that purpose, sustainability becomes mainstream, right? Can we make it a factor when we have our purchasing decisions? You as the customer, do you want to know about purpose? What do you want to know about purpose? And hopefully at the end of the session, you know, we would have kindled a fire that how do we make purpose a very, very integral part of any business. So without further ado, I'm going to get into my speakers and I'm going to request Dr. Tyagi, who has a couple of slides to share with us. And sir, if you can start with, sorry, sir, before I come to you, I did want to get Puneet in, and the reason is because we are hearing customer is price sensitive. Customer is not always looking for purpose. You know, they are looking for the latest trends. But Puneet here is probably going to share with us, is that really true? You have a study on, you know, you have an understanding of what the customer is looking for today. So Puneet, over to you. You have about 3 to 4 minutes. What do you think the customer is looking for, and what is it that brands need to listen to now? Thank you.
So I think, thank you so much for this. Important topic, important discussion, brands with purpose, good terminology. Good to hear. We all feel good about this. And when you say walk the talk, now I represent WGSN. For those who are not aware, we forecast trends. So people perceive we only forecast product trends. But just to give an insight, we probably were the first ones, like a publication which went public with information, who had a section called sustainability on our website. So anybody who's a user, if you go, there's a separate tab which says sustainability. It's not a buzzword for us. We actually had good reports over there. We still have. And that's one of the sought after segments we have when it comes to clicks on our website. Then it became a little more deeper. We started giving trends, and we had a small tab at the bottom of all our trend reports which said the sustainability action points for this. Now, why do we do this? It's because the consumer somehow does want this now. And to answer your question, yes, we are a price-sensitive market. We were talking while we were preparing for the panel. We were discussing that consumers need things at a lower cost. So sustainability does have its own implications. We're going to deep dive a lot more on this. It is expensive to make sustainable as a very mainstream practice. But our point of view, and we are a forecasting company, so we don't look at just what's happening now. We try to look at what's going to happen in the future, is the change in the consumer generation. Now, yesterday there was somebody who was talking about how many are millennials, which ones are Gen Zs. Next 10 years, who are the driving forces when it comes to making a purchase decision? Just add 10 years to your ages. It's scary. I don't want to add. But add the 10 years, and then add the 10 years to people who are 10 years younger to you. They are the ones who are going to be the driving force. So right now, when we look at our studies and we start looking at consumer before we say any product forecast, we try to track sustainable angles over there. And what we realize is that it's the Gen Z and the generation afterwards, which is the one which has a voice. They are guilty as well, like we are, but they have a voice. They are ones who want transparency from brands. They are the ones who really want you to tell them the environmental cost of a manufacturing a particular garment has. Why do you think Bangladesh started the green revolution? Anybody familiar with Bangladesh? You have green factories concept there. And this was like 5 to 6 years back. Almost all the major factories in Bangladesh started talking green. It became a buzzword in the beginning. Good, because US and American, European buyers used to come to them and they would prefer working with a green factory because it went with the brand ethics that yes. But at this stage, it is not only about ethics. It's not about just saying that we are sustainable. Now consumers are asking for it. You need transparency. Just to tell you, one of the forecasts right now is, in the next couple of years, is that there is a lot of anxiety. amongst people. The consumer we are facing, and all of us there, the pandemic has accelerated it, but we are very anxious as consumer base. We are anxious about our well-being. So one of the bigger drivers for trends in the next couple of years for us is the care culture, which is a simple care for us, for my well-being. I'm being selfish, you should be selfish. If you're caring for your well-being, it is not your health. Your health gets determined by a lot of factors. I'm from Delhi. We keep talking about the pollution levels. We never used to speak about this a long time back. Then there was odd even, the cars started getting banned. I have a diesel car. I maintain it well, but I have to change it because the government keeps on banning this. I'm going to replace my car. But we are talking about this. The consumers are being educated somehow because they're being affected. Till the time, वो कहते हैं ना घर के अंदर, in Hindi we say, जब तक मुसीबत खुद पे नहीं आती है. So right now you can imagine the consumer is facing that challenge. They are facing it, and that's the reason they will ask questions. And that's the reason it is a responsibility for brands to walk the talk. So the consumers is well educated, and yes, one of the bigger trends just for brands out here is that what we are anticipating is that consumers are willing to pay a little bit of an extra, a little bit, on all the cost part for something, and they'll buy less. They will not buy more. That's how they will balance their finances, but they're willing to pay a little extra if your product has quality. And the quality is not कि garment कितना लंबा चलेगा. The quality is how well the process, right from sourcing to designing to an actual inventory coming to the stores and the SKU being delivered, whether it's online, offline, to the consumer. That is an aspect they are looking at, and they're happy with you talking about this. So be transparent is a thing which consumers are seeking when it comes to sustainable.
Thank you, Puneet. I think a key takeaway that we have to look at the future, and it is definitely here. And I think with that, it gives me a good segue to invite Dr. Tyagi, because Aditya Birla as a brand is doing a lot on sustainability, right? And you're going to show your slides, you're going to discuss. But it'll also be interesting to know how you're engaging with the consumer, right? Or how the brand can engage with the consumer and drive this entire conversation on purpose. So if I can request Dr. Tyagi's slides to be please put up.
Thank you, Devyani. And I think, Puneet, you have set context right, why it is required. And there is no brain in that everyone is expecting that sustainability to happen. Many forums, many places I keep hearing, now in last couple of years, sustainability as a only talking point. But what is the first starting point? I think you will find that a lot of people want to do good, and a small brand or mid-sized brand, which is primarily that entrepreneur and promoter driven, they try to make it happen. But big corporate, very few people who are driving it in genuine way. So what is the first starting point? I think it's purpose of the organization. How that organization want to be in sustainable operation, sustainable growth. I think that purpose comes from that intent. What is the intent of the top man, our chairman, Mr. Kumar Mangal Birla? He has set his purpose, and you see that what he say, purpose of the organization, which is Aditya Birla Group. So it well articulated how it need to go beyond that business economy, how it need to build that trust, how it need to enrich the life of many people, and it is so well ingrained in our all business philosophy. So that first point I would say that it's intent of the organization, what you want to do, not only economy, but economy with the society and the planet good, with the purpose. So this purpose is kind of not only guideline, but soundboard for all our group company across the globe, and which we take it as a pride. We are part of this group where chairman himself is involved, and he want to create that trust in that community and society what we operate. With that, purpose, we started our journey in 2013 I represent Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail. We have almost 28 brands now. I'm sure that you wear all our clothes. One thing which come in our brand is that as a responsible organization, how we embed sustainability into our business philosophy. And the second thing is that looking into all stakeholder, not only shareholder, but all that stakeholder, including customer, consumer, vendor, partner, society, NGO, how we create positive impact and co-create something which is good for society and environment. And third thing is that looking into that, how overall it create impact in that all stakeholder. So we take that approach that most of the time you find that people talk first as a marketing, we did this, but we do reverse. We start with intent, we go with that, what we need to co-create with our stakeholder, and then we talk about the result. So with that philosophy, we started in 2012, our program called Re-Earth. It has become synonym with that sustainability. And we say that we want to give back more what we take from our ecosystem. And it started with 10 missions across our operation from energy, carbon, water, waste, product, packaging, so and so. And with that 10 mission, we have very clear responsibility and accountability, who is going to drive it. All senior leadership was behind it. And we put that very clear KPIs and metrics, how we are going to see the progress from year one to year next and next. We were able to get all that what we call sustainability 1.0, which was target 2020. All that 10 mission, we were able to get that good progress. Seeing the success of that, we decided that we want to do something more, not in within our operation for resource efficiency, but we want to go beyond. We want to engage customer, consumer, partner, supplier, vendor, everyone in that journey. And we created that 2.0, what we call 2025. You see that some of the target in this which we have taken are very ambitious and bold, but seeing the success of what we have been doing and how we are engaging all that stakeholder, we are sure that some of these target we will achieve. And I think that two part of how we are bringing that systematic change. One is that innovation. For any change, you need to have innovation. So how you bring different thinking, different innovation. And then other thing is that it cannot be done alone. It needs to be done jointly. And hence, collaboration becomes very, very important. So in 2.0, we have taken that collaborative approach. We are working with like-minded people, how to drive it within, not within the organization, but outside organization, in the country, in the industry. We are working with CRB, we are working with Circular Apparel Innovation Factory, we are working German government GIZ, we are working together with many other like-minded people, India Green Building Council, World Green Building Council. And I can tell you that people talk about today circularity and waste management. We are the first garment industrial manufacturing company to get LEED True Waste certificate for one of our factory. All our factory is green building certified by LEED, which is US or India Green Buildings certified. You talk about Bangladesh, but I will talk about that 6 of our factory is certified for green building, gold level or platinum level. Even our warehouse is perhaps only warehouse in India to have platinum standard. So that is that journey. Still, I think that much more need to be done, but with all that collaborative effort and stakeholder on board, I'm sure that we will try to make it much better, because previous master session was on that design. I see that hall was full, and suddenly we see that it's not full. So we need more and more people to come and drive this. That's why I would say that it's collaborative.
Thank you so much, sir. I think very comprehensively put. So I think I like that the purpose was very easily broken down and it was percolated across the organization. And I'm not going to reiterate the points which you've very succinctly put, but I think important to note that we need to tell that story. I think we do good, but we also share that knowledge. We don't have to rest on our laurels. Like Sir said, there's a lot more to
Just
do.
one thing I want to add here. Many times I see that, I don't know why I say that, people talk about a story, but they do very less on ground. And I think that we believe in that doing on ground and then talking is more authentic.
No, so sir, that is the point I was coming to, right? The story is about what is already being done. You know, it is astonishing how we hear in different forums, oh, we did not know this was happening in the country. And it is even with Ministry of Textiles, a similar situation. Secretary Ministry of Textiles was appreciating something in Bangladesh, and people sitting in the audience were like, but we can take you to a factory in the neighborhood which is following exactly the same. So the story is, you are right, we have to be careful with greenwashing, we have to be careful with what we say, but what the good is happening, we definitely need to say, because there is a story to tell, because there is an inspiration to be created. So thank you so much. Susan, I'm going to come to you next, right? Just explain a bit about industry, but you started with the impact that you wanted to have and the change you wanted to make and built it back towards a business model. So how has that worked? You know, I mean, do you see this business with a purpose, such a model can be mainstreamed? You know, and what leverage has it given you to work in that manner?
Okay. Is this on? Okay, thank you. Okay, hi. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Susan. Thanks, Devyani. This is a very passionate subject, very close to our hearts. I work with the rural women across India. So like Devyani said, we started with a purpose of impacting rural women. When we looked around and we saw that factories in and around cities are bringing people from villages, from rural India, from small towns into Bangalore or into the main cities, we were like, this is not the way to go. So we work very closely with rural women across India. And what we do is we try to bring work closer to their homes. We work on a model which has got 6 C's. I won't touch on all, but the first one is construct. What we look at is we go to a village, we aggregate the women there, and we see the potential of these women who have not moved out of their houses for societal reasons, and we try to give them work. The other C is capacity building. We build capacity, we make them, we train them on hard skills. We have got various value chains. We have apparel, we have textile, we have embroidery, we have banana and bamboo products. So what we do is we do hard skilling training with them. While we're doing the hard skill, we are also doing the soft skill, meaning we are teaching them on financial literacy, we're teaching them on self-building, giving them an identity of themselves, to go out there and earn. While we were doing these two, and we were quite successful, we have impacted about 500,000 women across, we realized that we are taking them out from whatever comfort zone they are living in. Maybe as a housewife, or maybe working on the farms, or maybe working in very risky conditions like in the BD factories. We realized that we need to give them economical balances for the future. So that's the other C which comes in, where we do channel. We take them closer to a brand. We bring them work which is continuous from a brand. We bring them closer. And while we are working with channel, we are also looking at creating designs. We create our own products. We create our own designs. And these women are working very closely on the designs, on the channel, which we then take it closer to the international brands or the national brands. Now, the problem is that when we are going into the village, I have been asked by brands, you should be cheaper. Just because you're working from a village, that's not a fair thing to ask, because we are trying to see that they get a fair wage. So the first mind shift of brands has to be that if you are going to a village, if you're going to a town, the price is going to be lesser. And as Puneet said that, if a consumer, and right now, my kids, they are so conscious, they want to know who made this product. Was this woman paid correctly? Was this woman paid as much as, retail, and is she getting 1/80th the price which is on the retail tag? So they are very aware. They are very aware. It's sometimes we think that people are not aware. So if we can take this forward to a consumer and put these products there saying that these are all ethically made, we are also looking at a supply chain which is sustainable and transparent. When we started our banana products, we were first doing the product and then we went into plantations. But on the bamboo side, we're working with farmers, getting them to make and plant the bamboo. It will take 2-3 years for the bamboo to yield. But this is how we look at sustainability. And Industry Foundation, the core is the producer, the woman who is working on your product. So the purpose is very clear, and the brands that I have interacted in, they are also very, very concerned about purpose. It's not as if they are blind to it. It is a growing knowledge that, yes, and then when you hear about brands like, Dr. Tyagi said, we are so happy to hear that, even the big brands, even if it is a small part that they are starting and steadily going up, it helps everybody. So Industry Foundation has the purpose, and we are looking forward to taking this across to brands.
Thank you, Susan. I think a very important point, and this struck me yesterday as well. Now, we heard yesterday quite often that COVID opened a great opportunity. It opened e-commerce, it opened retail. Businesses grew actually at a rate which they did not expect. But I think it's also important to recognize that COVID also created a lot of disastrous impact for some parts of the value chain. And I think, Susan, you brought out that point that how do you distribute that value much better? How do you take it down to the last mile in the supply chain? And it will be the responsibility of every stakeholder in the value chain to do that, right? It is not just the customer's responsibility to pay more. It's not just the brand. It is when everyone will collaborate, when everyone is willing to share that value, that you will truly become sustainable in the value chain. So thank you so much for sharing that. Prashanta, if I can come to you now, right? Because you are looking at more a B2B model. How have you looked at the B2B model to drive something with purpose, right? And how can we leverage on such models?
Okay, hello everybody. So I am representing Resha Mandi here. I do not know how much of you understand what we do. So Resha Mandi, as we've already discussed, it wasn't started with a purpose. It's a startup, it's just a 2-year-old company. And as we started working, we realized that we were working towards a purpose. We started working with silk farmers. We figured what were the challenges, why were the crop failing, why were they having problems with inputs. And we installed small things like, if there's humidity extra in the silk and that is why it may fail. We gave them these small devices that you can install. You get to know that humidity is high, just open windows and humidity will decreased. So we started working with silk farmers. We then moved to silk readers. We then moved to silk weavers, and then finally retailers. Every stakeholders that we worked with, we figured out what were their challenges. I was telling Devyani that a raw mango sari being woven in a chanderi and a Banarsi woven in a Banaras often had yarns which were not from India. I come from a design background. We always thought that, oh, Banarsi is an Indian sari. But we never figured out that the yarns were Chinese. So slowly we have convinced the weavers to start using Indian yarns. We figured out what were the problems in the Indian yarns. We fixed those problems. It's a long process. It's not, it has considerably changed in the past 2 years. And we are still in the process to convert everything which is, made in India, things like that. Again, moving to the retailers, we figured out retailers had no inventory management. In a brand which is corporate, they still know that, okay, a yellow sari is moving in, say, Delhi and not moving in a south, so shift the inventory. But weavers, retailers, they had no intel what to make, what will sell. We started studying trends, we started studying seasons, we started studying market buying patterns, and we started giving insights to these weavers. We go and tell the weavers, make these colors, make these motifs. This is what the top brands are doing. You should change those motifs and make designs accordingly. Then we started working with retailers where we gave them insights that, okay, these are the colors predicted in Europe. So India will also follow these color patterns. So if you buy these colors, your salability with your consumers will increase. So very small and big changes we've done. We obviously work only with natural fibers. We have now started collaborating with a lot of corporates. A lot of international brands have started reaching out to us because we have a QR code which we give on every product that we buy, that anybody buys from us. You scan the QR code, we can give you the farm that it grew in, the place where the cocoons were reared in terms of silk, where was it made into a yarn, where did the weaving happen, where was it dyed. So people get complete transparency. A consumer, if they are made aware that why is a silk sari costing 7,000, whereas a non, like maybe a polyester sari, the consumer will know how many hands does a silk sari go through. For example, a Banarasi sari on an average goes through 27 hands to finally reach the consumer. So if somebody is paying a certain price, they are aware that they are profitable, they are helping 27 households, and the profit is divided amongst them. So similarly, we are now doing the same with cotton, with jute, with wool.
Thank you so much. So I think you brought out that point of transparency and traceability, which Puneet also touched upon, that the customer wants to know. And you also talked about capacity building, which is important, right? And that sustainability can be looked at in different scales also. It can be small changes, it can be big changes. You source locally, how do you source, how do you manufacture, how do you produce, so that you're able to sell and not really create waste, because that was also a challenge that's coming. So thank you for sharing that. And with that, I'm going to come to Bhavisha, and a slightly different segment, right? And you're looking at streetwear, and you talk about slow fashion. So, Bhavisha, we always hear that, can we really stop fast fashion? Is it profitable for businesses not to look at fast fashion? So what is the purpose that you are working with? And can you share your experiences on actually bringing purpose to something like a streetwear brand and slow fashion?
Yeah, thanks so much, Devyani. I'm obviously going to talk with a streetwear lens. And as India's first curator of international and also Indian streetwear brands, my co-founder and me sat down to think about what it is that we're going to be creating as a mission for Capsule in India. And the one thing that we realized for us was that it was very important for us that it's connections over collections. Now, I quite possibly fortunate that I cater to a very niche audience where price points is not such a decision-making factor, but we cater to Gen Z, for whom what the brand says, what the platform says is really important, and that is how they build brand love and shop with us, for example. So the message that the brand purpose that we at Capsule have is to drive the message of buying less, buying well. How can we help sustainability be sustainable from a consumer lens point of view? So the whole idea is that the kind of products we curate limited products, we curate brands that have a purpose, we curate brands that use better quality GOTS certified cotton. We curate brands that participate in causes. For example, a lot of streetwear brands are founder-led, who have their own purpose. A lot of streetwear brands are surfing, come from a surfing community. So the founders automatically care about the oceans. So proceeds from the brands will go towards saving the sharks, saving water conservation and things like that. And most importantly, streetwear, and this is something very close to my heart, streetwear is timeless, it's seasonless. We encourage people to buy a product that speaks to them. That product, you will wear it well. You've obviously spent more money on it, so you'll take better care of it. You'll wear it well. It'll last in your wardrobe for like 5, 6, 7 years. Doesn't contribute to the landfills. You love the product so much because there's quite possibly a social message as well on it. And after the product sort of has done its time, you either resell it, because we all know thrifting is becoming big amongst Gen Z. You can thrift it, or if you've completely battered the product, we have something called the Capsule Atelier program, where we can help that garment sort of become maybe like a pillowcase and things like that. So essentially, that's how we have come to realize our purpose, and that's the message we're sort of sharing with our community. And the last bit that I feel is very important to us is the concept of community. And that community is helping us with commerce. So today it's not a question of how we can do it, but if we don't, we lose that consumer entirely.
Thank you so much. So I think we heard in other sessions also about building that connect, a meaningful connect with the customer, and you've touched on that very well. And the question to ourselves is, can we have purpose driving that connect, right? Can we build purpose into how we connect with our customers? It doesn't have to be just style, it doesn't have to be trends, it doesn't have to be price, but can we, and there's so much work happening, I think the consumer also wants to be connected to the social cause, and if we can communicate that better to them, if we can make them a part of this journey, would also perhaps help in building more conscious consumers. So coming to last but definitely not the least, right? So as somebody looking at fiber, how are you integrating purpose? But you're also part of the industry for quite some time, and like I said, I don't think purpose is completely new to us. We've been doing good work, right? So what do you think we've been doing well, but where we still need to step up, if we really want to create brand India with purpose, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
Hi, my name is Shyam. I'm from Grasim Industries. I would start with a small story on the purpose. The birth of Grasim started with a very big purpose. In 1947, when India was a new country, we lost 80% of our cotton production to our neighboring country. And in a very short time, it was very difficult to give basic fabric to our people. And that's when our erstwhile chairman's grandfather started Grasim industry to make viscose fiber. It's a natural cellulosic fiber. And I think that's the purpose we start with, and I agree with, and I'm proud that Dr. Tyagi shared our chairman's vision that we create business not only for profitability, but also for societal upliftment and a business with a purpose. Where are we today? Every faction of the fashion industry is in a different state of mind. But I'll come to the basic thing. Whatever you are making, you are using, and you are fabricating comes from a basic single product, which is a fiber. And if you don't know where that fiber is coming from, how it is made, and how it is resulting in impacting the environment, that's a big unawareness that you all have, and including most of our consumers. Because end of the day, you just evaluate a garment, or you just reposition a garment thinking that it is really benefiting sustainability. Yes, it might be. But at the same time, we all should understand that in today's world, all the fibers are contributing to your fabric. Somewhere they are better, in some places they are not better. My perception is that today there is extraordinarily impressions on that polyester is not good, synthetic is bad, it cannot be recycled, and there is extra pressure on cotton. But I'll tell you one thing, that cotton for last 40 years has been the same production, and the next 40 years also going to be same production, and it is going to kill the soil. Because it is going to use more water, it is going to use more urea to produce a cotton. Similarly, viscose, we make it from trees, pulp. Excess cutting of trees might impact earth, in terms of greenhouse and getting the product. So excess of using everything has been a challenge in fashion industry. I will rather say that in Grasim, we have been very conscious. I believe purpose is product gives the functional and fundamental purpose to buy a apparel, but purpose gives the emotional factor to anyone in the value chain system, including a user. And that's where we keep a balance. We make fiber which can go and give a purposeful and quality fabric that you all use, but at the same time, we keep a purpose that it is eco-friendly, it is sustainable, and it is natural, doesn't impact the environment. Today, 95% of the fiber that is made in the world goes into textile waste. And textile and apparel consumes industry's second biggest pollution in the global industry. So that's 2 points to think. And in that case, what we have done consciously over the time, that how can we make products which can use the textile waste? How can we make textile waste part of the value chain system from the fiber onwards? Because I can see a lot of work is being done in the value chain till the time it reaches consumer, but what are you doing in the basic material, which is fiber? We have introduced 2 products which uses 30% of cotton, recycled back into a pulp, and then it is made into viscose. And I think that's a great story which you'll be seeing more and more coming from our side and even from global side, that textile waste recycling is going to be a big impact. And if you can make that recycling from the fiber purpose, it's going to reposition the whole fashion in a very different way. And then that's where we also have a tracking system that these all sustainable fibers, they have an inherent DNA tracker that if a consumer buys our Liva brand fabric, you can track down which forestry, how much of cotton waste, how much of forest is used, who is making this fiber spinning, who is making the garment, is he using child labor, who is making the processing. I think these are small, small good things that the industry have started doing and we are part of it, but we have a long way to go. The only thing that I can tell is that Gen Z, when they buy things, they're only not going to look at sustainability, but also they need to look at where the product, basic product comes from. And I think that's where the change has to come from.
Thank you so much. I think you talked about the emotional connect, which is very important. And I think the message we want to give also is that it's not just the emotional connect. I think with a business, the conversation comes that is it viable? Yes, it is. We have businesses sitting here who are doing it, who have made it viable. The message is there is an emotional connect. It is viable. Just to share, because we also work with the Ministry of Textiles, like you rightly said, there's a lot of focus now on recycling. There are businesses which are looking at repurposing. In fact, Doodle Age came up, somebody said that they work with scraps. There are a lot of other, but that connect across the value chain perhaps is not happening as strongly as it should if we want to move at the pace. So I think this has been very, very encouraging, very, very motivating. I had other questions, but unfortunately we've been asked. We have 5 minutes. No, but I am going to come back to all our panelists because I think Dr. Tyagi pointed something out and I have that dilemma as well, that when it comes to talking about sustainability, suddenly the numbers dwindle, right? Suddenly the numbers dwindle. That, you have a question?
No, I'm giving you 5 minutes.
Oh, you're giving us 5 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. So if the audience has questions, please do interact with them. I think I will reserve my comments, but I would like to ask the panelists if you would like to leave some parting thoughts with the audience, right? You can look at it from various examples. Various lenses, sorry. One, no journey is without risks or challenges. Right? We've heard the good things that sustainability, a lot is being happened. We're looking at stakeholders that have typically been marginalized. You're talking about artisans, and in fact, it's important to create that identity. Artisans were the strength of India, and today, if we want to create a niche for ourselves, I think if we can revive that artisan community as well, along with large brands, I think is important. So if you want to talk about risks and challenges and how, perhaps everybody needs to collaborate, or there are any parting thoughts that how, as consumers, we can integrate, or what is that pledge we need to take? I would like to hear your thoughts. So Puneet, maybe I start with you.
Parting thoughts. Let's just walk the talk. With the biggest parting, thought. But yeah, what I heard, it's exactly what we are also predicting as a business. We heard words like community-led, streetwear, but community-driven consumers are one of the bigger drivers for the next couple of years. And this is for anybody who has any interest in understanding the consumer before they make the product. We actually have reports where you're talking about community. I spoke about care culture, which is again being transparent. And all the brands over here, I'm the only non-brand person who's not an apparel brand. All of you are associate brands. It's good to hear. It's good to know that brands are doing this at a certain level. The only thing is there is a risk, huge risk. There are financial obligations. There is a top line. There is a bottom line, which I think is the worst thing which can happen in a business, having a top line and bottom line. But that's the most important thing as well. So balancing it is very important. Having a goal is very important. What Dr. Tyagi showed was very nice. Almost every brand should have this. There should be a certain segment where you come out in the public, we speak about this, we tell them. Because a long process. We can't change systems overnight. We were just having a chat. We can't change things we've done 1947. That's when you said. It's like you have businesses which are 70, 80, 100 years old. And they, at that time, whatever they were doing was right. No one consciously wants to harm the environment. We live in the environment. But changing systems is where the biggest challenge is. But yes, the only appreciation which can come, which you should be encouraged about, is that your consumer is happy. They're going to take this, they're going to accept this. So maybe it's worth taking that slight of a risk, is what my parting thoughts would be.
Just listening to everybody, I just have this thing, as soon as we hear the word community, what goes on in one's mind? It's, how do you see that there is no child labor? How do you see that below, age limit is maintained? How do you see that the woman is careful? You'll be surprised that these women are far more alert, aware, in their head, educated about these things. Yeah, you just need to give them this thing of saying that, you have a purpose in life. You are your individual on your own rights. And they fall into place much more. What I have seen, I've worked in the garment industry. I've looked at the commercial factories. The community, working with the community, the way they work, the way they understand is where the future is. If you take work to them, to skill them in their hard skills and their soft skills, teaching them life skills, I think the product which is going to come out is like so fair to a consumer. Looking at sustainability, looking at transparency, we knew all this right from the beginning. It's just these words are coming up now. Big words like this. But you go in and see a woman, you talk to a woman on the ground, the way she talks, the way she says that, earlier I used to make a difference between my son and my daughter. But just that you coming here, I think they are equals. The thing, it's so simple. So I would really like the brands to understand that going to the community, working directly with the community is not difficult. It's not impossible. There is a journey because we also took some 10 years to realize that, all these things tie up, because it's not just that you train them and then you leave them. You need to bring in channel. You need to bring in create. You need to give them a market access. So that's something that I want to leave the audience with and the brands.
I'll just take 1 minute to tell. I think what is common in this room, and I see that commonality, one is that we all are consumer. Earlier, brand used to impose on the consumer. Now it is reverse. Consumer has to demand what is right brand to do. Ethical manufacturing, ethical design, ethical sourcing. So I think we have commonality to demand from the brand what consumer want and how we should consume. Second, I think any systematic change, it's very slow and challenging. It is never done so fast. So it's, I think, responsibility or collective responsibility of everyone, including brand, industry, country, to make that small change happen for that large impact. Happy to see that so many people are now driving, passionate people driving it, government is driving it, industry is driving it. And this is the decade for India. And I'm very hopeful that the change which is happening now will make India 2047 definitely most sustainable textile and apparel industry.
I will just say that there will always be brands which will not have a purpose. They will just want to make money by eating up everybody else's profits or by using non-sustainable practices. And there are now brands that are working on sustainable and brands which have a purpose. So for us, the road will always be a little tough and it will be slow. But if we stick to it, I see that this is the only way to go about it in the future.
I think for us, I've already spoken about the consumer and, we encourage people to buy less but buy better. But on a creator side, I think the one final thought that we're imbibing as well and sharing is that, how can brands create lesser but better product? And how can they keep circularity at the center of what they're creating? I think that's the one thing that is food for thought for us and what I'd like to leave this with.
I'll be quick. So my food for thought is that there is a consumer and there is a producer. And the consumer drives the demand, but the producer should be conscious how he makes it. If that doesn't happen, then the ecosystem doesn't exist. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I think that was a wonderful discussion. I'm just going to say sustainability is a little inconvenient, but I think Dr. Tyagi also said this, everybody has a role to play. So I don't think we can wait for somebody else. As consumers, the way we consume, what we are asking for, how much we are consuming, how much we're using, it's important. How we are producing, like Shyamji said, is equally important. How do we engage the community? How do we create? So I think everyone has a role to play. We've heard that there are great examples. There is already momentum on the ground. Now, how do we really get this rolling much, much faster? So thank you so much. And with that, I bring it to an end. Thank you.
Because you guys went 2 minutes over, I'm going to take 2 minutes of your time. Well, it's great to have this panel, and thank you very much. That was a great session. I'm sorry we ran out of time, because I know we could have kept talking about sustainability and what we need to do as businesses and as brands and as consumers for quite a while. But we do now have the launch of the India Business of Fashion Report 2023. And it ties in with this session because it's the first ever study on 100 global green initiatives in fashion. And it's a path-breaking global account of game-changing, sustainable fashion innovation. So could I get Nikhil and Prem on the stage, please? Yeah, give the books back. We're going to recycle them for the 2024 report. We're going to continue with our masterclasses, ladies and gentlemen, and the next one we have is on envisioning future trends for India with our fashion intelligence partner, Vision Next. We're going to look at the importance of mapping trend and analyzing forecasts for the fashion industry. We're going to consider the complexity and the uniqueness of trend mapping and the usage of big data and what you can do with it in creating your business. So would you please welcome on stage Dr. Shalini Sood Sehgal, Director Creative at Vision Next, and Dr. Kaustav Sengupta, Associate Professor, NIFT, Chennai, and Director Insights at Vision Next.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and giving us a full house. We are both, as we've been introduced, from NIFT. Just before we really begin our presentation, a quick introduction to what we are, where we have been. Dr. Kaustav Sengupta has been working with the fashion industry for over 20 years. He's worked with in the area of forecasting with a lot of organization from Nippon, from he actually does a forecast with Nippon, and he's worked with a whole lot of industries, Samsung as the color panel expert. He's a color specialist, and I also come from a background of fashion, over 20 years at working with a whole lot of fashion and textiles industry in the ethnic wear, as well as I also headed a design studio for the leather industry for 13 years, where we did the forecast. So we've had a whole lot of, we've been dabbling in this area for quite some time, at the time when India was largely an export market and domestic industry was yet to take off. And our journey has been in terms of learning across the board, in terms of how it developed, and we've interacted with a whole lot of people from across the world to be where we are. What are we doing here today? We are here presenting you future trends for India. Since yesterday, the whole session started with future trends for India, and the same kind of dialogue continues here. But what we are doing, what we bring to you today is a curtain raiser for our trend book 23-24 and a mindset book 23-24. A little bit about Vision Next. Vision Next is the first ever AI and EI-enabled forecasting initiative. This initiative has been working towards developing indigenous forecast for this country, by this country. And it is funded by Ministry of Textiles under their research and development scheme. Where did this need come from? This need came from all the discussions that we've had. We've always felt there's this gap that exists, which we have a lot of other people filling it up through their own endeavors, their own initiatives. But when we started this discussion, a whole lot of discussion went on that, yes, there's a traditional system of forecasting, but what about real-time trends? And that took us into the whole world of AI. And we started trying to understand the whole aspect of machine learning and AI, and applying it to the world of trends in this country became a huge aspect that we ourselves had to do a lot of learning and relearning. In fact, both of us also took up an AI course in order to really understand where we are heading and how we're going to deal with the kind of complexity it throws up for us.
Yeah, I think why we looked at AI, big data, because being a nation which I say that every 300 miles you get a new nation. You get new language, new food, new culture, new people, new mindset, new ideologies. So to build up a data system where you require big data to translate the plurality, that's where AI works for us at large. And if you see India, these are the industries which normally we are catering, or we are going to cater. Maybe you can pick up.
We are, the key areas, of course, the key industries still remain retail, fashion, and beauty. But as we went along, being a part of the government body, there was an understanding towards this whole idea of startup industry, which is booming, which needs this as well. There was also this whole understanding that when we start looking at a mindset, we start looking at what constitutes today a consumer and the way he thinks, then that gets applicable not just to what we wear, but where we stay. So therefore, the whole idea of other and related industries also started coming into play.
Yeah, if you see that, interestingly, today fashion is not only in garments. Your mobile has to be fashionable, your car has to be fashionable, even your interiors has to be fashionable, and that's where fashion stands today. So it's not a single industry, it's a cohesiveness of all these industries together builds up our aspects of forecasting.
That's our lab. We have 2 labs, one in Chennai and one in Delhi. Why Chennai? Why Delhi? Our entire Chennai lab is where all the insights come in. We will take you through the process, but that's where the data is collated. The data goes through a number of processes. It's analyzed, insights are derived, and then the creatives are churned out in Delhi. So the complexity of India that everybody's been talking about, 22 official languages, 122 other languages, 55,000 towns, 600,000 villages. I mean, these were all things that we all started with. And we realized the heterogeneity, the complexity this all gave us would be a huge task. But as we entered into this task, we realized what it means when we have machine who has to be trained to understand this. So it boiled down to absolute simple attributes. Now we had to teach the machine to understand A, B, C, D, E. And if you talk about a shirt, it's all fine. Those attributes are well understood by the machine. But when it comes to a sari, the machine cannot, I mean, how do you teach a machine to recognize a sambal puri versus, versus a Banarsi sari, And those were the aspects that brought, that was a huge learning experience for the entire team. So we move on from there.
Yeah. So what is a trend? I mean, is it a magic? Is it a buzzword? It is something that somebody can imagine. And that's where our first masterclass session starts, to understand what is a trend at large, how it works, and how we are working in Vision Next. Just to put it in a simple way, trend is not what you see. Trend is also not what is being seen. Trend is essentially a direction. And to identify a direction, you do require data points. You also require deeper insights, because many of these directions can move into mindsets. It can be a psychological element. It may not be visualized. So trend is something which works with elements like signals. Catching signals are very important in trend. It also works with shift. That means from where and what is going to happen and where it is going to shift. And that's exactly what it basically means. Trend is also not one. Trend is also not one element. It has multiple segments. We have a hype. Hype is not a trend, which you call as fad. And then you have something called micro trends, which are nearby. We have a macro trend. We have a mega trend, which is 5 to 10 years ahead. And every one of these trends are important for industry, specific industries as such. Also importantly, when it comes to fashion, it is just not a trend. Fashion is an emotion. It is not a data point. So this is exactly where many of the pointers miss it. It's not about how many products being sold. It's also about why it is sold, how it is sold, and what is the story behind it. Fashion is also about disruption, because disruption only makes it fashionable.
Yeah.
So all those points, what we talk about human nature, what we talk about machine nature, is basically hybrided in our system as such. And that's where we are going here. So let me touch a little bit about how it works. This is exactly a little information what we got in February 23, right? And this is a pointer for us. Our trend spotters, we have human trend spotters across India. We have more than 800 human trend spotters across India trained. And one of them spotted a very interesting direction towards a rainbow lace. Now, when it talks about rainbow lace is not trend. Rainbow lace is not a direction. It can be a signal which can direct towards a trend, may not direct towards a trend, right? And this is where we come with our intelligence as part of it. We try to define how it works, and the data point supports us, weights us, informs us what is happening around the country. So we have around 16 presences across India. We have 16 cities where our offices are there. We are getting information from all these 800 trend spotters. We have our own app through which we get data collected. Our app is ethically certified by Government of India. So we get data which is ethical. We get data which is informative, and it is a ground level data. It is not a retail data. It is not a sales data. It is not just a social media data. It is a real point data which comes to us. We get it vetted, and it works. This is a little glimpse of some of our reports. We have been following Gulabi, no pink, Gulabi. So we are following Gulabi, which is very interesting in Indian context. Pink is a welcoming color for us. You must be knowing a city of pink, which was painted to welcome one individual who came in that city at that time. So gulabi and gulabo is a welcoming color. So we are training our machine to identify gulabi. We have identified gulabi through our trend spotters. It was spotted in February 2022 before it became a hype. We have started seeing how it is becoming darker and how it is moving towards a darker tone, which we call as Rani pink. Be proud of your words. Don't go by magenta, don't go by pink being told by other country. Rani pink is our color, right? It's a Rani pink, it's a majestic pink, and that is where exactly the colors are moving. And now it's getting mixed with yellows and other bright tones, settled down with whites and other gray tones, and you can see individuals are wearing it in their pastel tones also. This is how we work, a very generic version of it, very simplified way. As simple as this, we have our data point collected with Vision Next app. We also have our data point vetted in social media and other data which we are getting from secondary data points. Our data point gets collected, it gets into our server. It is an in-house server. We don't have a server in cloud because we don't want to put a data which is not ethical. So our data comes in the cloud, in our server. It moves into our deep learning process. We call it Deep Vision. This is an indigenous AI-developed system which is in-house of NIFT. We have it in Vision Next. It gets through this system, it gets clustered, it gets analyzed, comes back to me. And madam and our core team, we have 40 academicians sitting with us. We have industries, 10 plus industry experts on board. Machine is not forecasting. Machine cannot forecast. Let's be clear. Machine cannot forecast. Machine can give you only a direction. Machine can tell you that the sleeves are becoming smaller. Machine can tell you that the garments are becoming tighter. And just take this off your mind that machine can predict. Machine cannot predict. Very simple. What machine can do for a simplified version of machine, it is a statistics tool, nothing more than that. You have a time series data. If you have learned statistics, there is something called time series data. That gives you a probability prediction. That is not what fashion forecasting is, right? So we use machine. That machine enables us to go through this data. We have around 54,000 images coming into us in our system. We go through the system. Machine allows us to analyze them faster. Yeah. That's what machine is doing for us. So it tells us what is happening where. It tells us in Delhi, garments are becoming tighter. In Patna, T-shirts are becoming more yellowish. In Chennai, the garments are becoming more darker. That's what machine is telling us.
In fact, when we were following the Gulabi story, the data from all over the country also started giving us very interesting insights from August 22 onwards. We could see the color palette moving towards the red story completely. And when I say red, I meant the palette of red, which meant pinks and tones of pinks that started coming into it. So it's reaffirmation. And because our transporters' data are coming to us day on day, we have what India is wearing day on day with us. So what we are getting are the signals in terms of how people are thinking and wearing things, and that becomes a very important input. And week on week, we have these discussions where we pick on what Kaustav just showed you was a signal of a shoelace which was in rainbow colors. We immediately broadcasted it to our 800 trend spotters to see, do you see something like this that is happening across in India? And you get immediate input in terms of what is happening. Is India reacting to it in a particular manner or in a certain manner? If it is, in what manner it is reacting to it?
The trend spotters, what we are talking about, are the trained trend spotters. We have a training mode called trained orb. Every week we train them to see, because seeing is an art, envisioning is another art. It is not about visualizing, that's different. So seeing, we train them, and they are trained trend spotters, paid trend spotters, and it works. When we move to data, we try to understand why it is happening. In trend, why is more important than what? You must be seeing a blue hair. That's not trend. But why somebody goes for a blue hair? Why somebody goes for a color hair? What is happening in their mind? What may happen with it is very important. And that's exactly what is our touch point. When the data are analyzed, we make 3 assets out of it. We have a trend byte, which comes almost every month, that goes to our users. Almost every month a trend byte goes to them. It's a PDF document of a mindset which is emerging, and they can use it for their products, they can use it for their business strategies, they can use for a quick hype on their market. We have a trend report which comes in every 6 months, 4 months, depending on what are the ways we are approaching. We don't believe in season, and exactly that's what was talked yesterday in the inaugural talk. Seasons are vanishing. There's no season, right? We believe in directions, and the directions are the reports what we publish, right? We also don't believe that there is a structured ethnic wear, Western wear, Indian wear as such. It's going to get mixed at certain plates. You will see the plates here. You will understand how it works. So those reports then gets broadcasted, and it goes to all the users of our end. We publish reports out of it. And interestingly, if something arises suddenly as a hype, we email them. We have a newsletter which goes in email. This is our strength, one of the strengths. We have around 54,000 primary image data, not retail data. Primary data, we have around 33,000 secondary data with us. We also have a unique ethical model to collect them, and that's being developed with us. That's an app. We have around 40 academicians in our panel, research academicians. Many of them are doctorate. We have a PhD from IIT Kharagpur with us, who has done a PhD in AI. We have 10 plus dedicated team members who is working only to visualize the trends as part of it. We have 800 trend spotters. We also have 10 plus key advisors from the industry who is sitting on our board to advise whether the model is working well or not. We have a deep vision model which is in-house. We have 100 plus categories of products with us. Each of these product categories, what you are seeing, has a robust Indian taxonomy. I will show you what is a taxonomy. The taxonomy is essentially for Indian wear. We have a Western wear taxonomy, but Indian wear is what we developed ourselves. We have a prototype which is already tested. It's a prototype tested model. We have presence in all 4 regions of India. We have presence in 16 cities of India. We have an insights lab and creative lab. So it's not one structure. We have 2 structures, essentially kept separate. This is a taxonomy. Taxonomy is identification of the attributes of one product. It's easy for us to see and tell that this is a sari, this is a dress. For a machine needs to know how to identify one product from other. This is one example of what is happening now in e-commerce sites. Most of these products, they just say silk sari, Banarasi silk sari. There's no attribute told, because there's no taxonomy existing for Indian products. No taxonomy being published. So we have 100 product taxonomies with us. This is a strength, a backbone of our system. Indian product taxonomy, which is developed in-house in NIFT. These are the images which comes from our trend spotters. They're spots images. It comes with geotags. It comes with all the information from where it's coming. It gets gathered in our system, and it works to identify signals. This is how our reports comes in. These are basically the analysis report comes. You will not be able to get this one because this is an in-house process, and this is how it comes into processes. And this is how we are converting the data for us to see. We don't sell this to industry. It talks about month-wise data of how the colors are changing, how the sleeves are changing, and how the mindsets are changing. So an image can also tell about the mindset. It can also tell about the kind of psychology of an individual who wears it. We have psychiatrists on board. We have historians, anthropologists. It talks about how things are moving in a 2x2 scale. It talks about the mindsets in general overview. Every day it works because it's a live data. And we also have human who works it. So we say that it is not only AI, it is also EI, the emotional intelligence, which is very important for us to work, right? Because we understand essentially fashion is human. It's an individual who is going to wear it. So for that, we require a human to understand what is happening in their mind. And that's how it works. We have a big team who works on analyzing these data, converting them into visuals, So in our report, it is not just the data points what we are talking about. We are going to give you themes. We are going to give you colors. We are going to give you silhouettes. We are going to give you print directions and also how these prints will come on products. So you are going to get a whole package out of these forecasts.
And also, which are the segments you will see it coming forth. That particular story would find it emerging more in what all segments.
We have already published 52 reports. You can go to our websites. You can download some of these reports or mail us. We'll send you. These reports are micro trends. It talks about immediate shifts. It talks about the way mindsets are changing. You can download it. We are publishing from 2020 onwards, and you can get it if you want. So today we will talk about two of our assets. We are going to curtain raise these two assets. One is a mindset book, and one is a trend book. The mindset book is very important for us because it talks only about mindsets. So this book is for a larger industry. For example, an automobile can take the mindsets and think about what a car company should do for the Gen Z's cars. And this is going to talk about large archetypes, the kind of evolving mindsets which the businesses can work, what a mobile phone should sell, what kind of interiors it should have, what kind of food people will eat. So the mindset is much larger, which can be implemented anywhere, whereas a fashion trend book 2023-24 will talk about majorly fashion and accessories and lifestyle industries. So we have these two assets coming in. This is the mindset book, where you will get a glimpse of the rapidly evolving customer landscape, which is very important for you, for business strategies, for product strategies. You are also going to have a signal set, which shows what is emerging at this moment. You will also have a coverage of multiple industries, how it may impact industries. So here we are going to show two mindsets to you, just for an understanding of how mindsets are working on it. I'll touch upon the mindsets. Overall, if we talk about a larger archetype, larger type of ideologies coming in, it's a very interesting way of looking towards, we call them as a cultural certainty. It's not about uncertainty, it's about cultural certainty, which talks about keywords like identity. It talks about being bold. It talks about heritage at large, and also a sense of certainty, which is building self. For example, who are you? That's a larger mindset which is coming in. So this is a coverage of the whole archetype built up. It also talks about this chaotic time and how people need to have a certainty of their own identity as part of it. Identity crisis, which we talk about identity rising as such, it has two sub-mindsets. One is called protagonist and another one is called kritikar. Both the mindsets are very strong. You will see it's happening around you. You might be having friends. You might be having yourself in it. Protagonist talks about one mindset where we are talking about individuals who's more assertive to be self. It talks about being vocal, being actionable, someone who sees a plastic packet and tweets about it, takes it, reports it. We require someone who is very protagonistic. It's not about activism, it's about being active of what you are. Very important, and you can see that we have referred a TOI article which talks about homegrown Indian entrepreneur culture. Individuals are becoming more entrepreneurial on these particular mindsets. It moves, where it moves. Another larger mindset is kritikar. It talks about individuals who's creative in their own self. It's not about being artistic, it's not about being skilled. It's about a little bit of rerouted on heritage and being creative on their own domain or expertise as such. We have a data, it says 59% employees are looking beyond their day jobs. They are looking for something creative to do. If it's about knitting, they go to a knitting class. If they want to go for making beer in Bangalore, beer brewery class, right? So individuals are looking for a creative, essential ways to express themselves beyond their careers and job aspects. So these are two strong mindsets what's happening around now at large. This book will have four mindsets, broad four mindsets and sub-mindsets. It's a pretty well-covered book which will help industries to understand all the emerging mindsets which is going to work. how mindset works. It is not about fashion, it's also about a bike. Recently, a company who makes two-wheelers came to us saying that we'd like to know what kind of two-wheelers individual wants in next few seasons. What they want from a two-wheeler. Is it going to be a bike? Is it going to be their partner? Is it going to be a product they will sleep with? What they want on a bike, right? And that's where the mindset works for them. This is how the mindsets will impact these two mindsets actually under one archetype. And you can see how it's impacting. It's going to impact fashion industry. It's going to impact the home and interior industry. It's going to impact, automobile industry. It's going to impact a scale of beauty products. And we are going to touch points. So in our report, you will see these graphs to show which industry the mindsets might be impacting more on an impact scale. The data of mindsets are also mined from our trend spotters. We only don't get a visual data, we also get textual data. We have a lot of other ways to understand what's happening in individuals' mind. The other asset what we are going to release is a trend report. It's a 23-24 trend report. We are going to give a micro direction to you to make you understand what's going to come in near future. The book will have almost similar sets. We'll have drivers, we'll have mindsets. You will have a design direction, right? You will have seasonal prints. You will also have product inspirations in this book. The book will have all the assets what you require to create designs or to source in retail. Yeah. So it's not about data, it's beyond data. We are going to unveil two stories today. One is called Homecoming, very strong story. Another one is called Above and Beyond. Both of these stories are very dear to us, and we are working on it. So these stories are done. We'll be having 4 stories in one book. So I will hand over to Dr. Shalini to talk about the first story, Homecoming, very close to my heart and all our team's heart. And I love this cat.
Yeah, homecoming, as the word says, it's that whole feeling of I'm going home, and home denotes that feeling of something that the world outside will not give you.
Home is not an address today anymore.
Yeah, it's also, that's something we realized when we had these discussions with our trend spotters and a lot of people, the experts, when we were sitting down with them and talking to them. It's a state of mind. It's where I can get that kind of satisfaction. That is a place I would call home. Traditionally, there was a home which we always constituted with parents and wherever you've grown up, but not necessarily that is the home today. That could be a place where you were judged upon, they said. So basically, home is where I am unbound. I am away from the judgment. I can be free, I can be myself.
And home can be someone also, that you feel homely in someone's hug. It's a home, right? And that's exactly what we take home with today in India.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm bad at it.
So the inputs we got from our trend spotters data, we collate it on one side in terms of the kind of images we get. They get, of course, analyzed. But we also do our own social media scanning in terms of what is happening there. The kind of analysis we do get converted into attribute understanding on one side, but consumer sentiments on another side. And for this story, what we got constantly was that there's a larger market out there which is more conservative than progressive. It's more communal than individualistic. And that threw up a great insight in terms of what the country is all about. And it's an important point to notice that, yes, if you're going to look at kurta, or you're going to look at a sari, or you're going to look at even hybrid, which I'll show you what our suggestions are on that. Eventually, it has to fall within the whole mindset that the consumer is looking for.
We also give a little information to you about what kind of age group it might work.
Yeah.
We also give you information about what kind of gender it might work. and a little bit of understanding of what kind of broader mindsets. I cannot see anything from here, but it says bold, identity, and proud. So the kind of feeling, emotion is growing with these mindsets at large.
Yeah.
So these are the three sub-stories what Shalini will talk about.
Yeah, so if you really look at the three sub-stories, we have also broken it down into three segments. One is that of festive wear, evening wear, and street. The thing is that I may carry a certain mood of homecoming with me, but depending on what age segment I am in or what my mindset is all about, my expression of that varies in different occasions. So that's where we organized this entire data we had into evening, festive, and street. And well, before we move on from this slide, most importantly, we also realized as a team, we feel having a color palette, a scheme of colors is very, very important. Not having one or two colors, but a scheme of colors, because eventually we've always had color stories. But in our book, there will always be a focus on picking up the color story and kind of coordinating it with the other colors available on it.
So what we are trying to project is that we never project a color of the year. Color never works individually. It is a marketing process, what individuals push. Color works with colors. Color never stands alone. You don't see color individually. You don't understand color individually. Color, you understand as a color story. And color stories are important. So we are giving a panel of color stories, how the colors are working. In the final report, you will see the color ratios, what you can use in a color.
And also, all our color names are Indian, because it's time to own up our Indianness. Been saying that for last 20 years, but never reached that point where we would be proud. And today we are at that stage where, since yesterday, we've been hearing about the Bharat story, and I think the time is ripe for us to really reap it forward. And that's been a personal dream of two of us, and that's how this conversation between us even started. We are 700 plus faculty in NIFT, but actually the point at where we both connected was also that why do we need to use lily white as a color? I mean, we have Taj Mahal here, we have Ram Raj, who have done whites, and they have a huge business, but we never use those names to project a particular color. And it's high time we get into owning up what we are and let the world use those names and kind of stand by it. And that's where this whole journey began. And today, it feels good to have those colors, because it's not only about Rani pink, or it's about Bangani gulab, or whatever, you know. We've been just pushing for these colors, because I think in the market, when you start working as retailers, when you go and speak to the tier 3 and 4 cities, then the very names will have a far more connect with people than actually the European perspective of names we've been working with.
So yes, we will have Indian names, and we are not using any other company's code. We are only using hex code, which is generic, which is being more practical when you use a product color, right? So it will be an Indian name with a hex code with us.
So
this is the first sub-story which comes in.
Aggressively, India is actually being bold. It's about being very vividly colorful. And it's about celebrating your everyday average, you know, and being completely nonchalant about it. I mean, it's about wearing the heavy jewelry with bold colors, and also about effortlessly walking in, you know, with a completely crazy combination of, of the way you look at our lifestyle. It could be you may be wearing these beautiful colors, and yet you may go into a cafe and enjoy that cafe, or it could be the other way around, where you could wear a chiffon and a crepe and still say, I want my pakoras and I want my dosas, and I'm very happy about it. I mean, a conversation with my son told me that he works with a Japanese firm. So he told me, he said, you know, Mama, whenever they come down here, they are so proud of their heritage. And I see all the time that people in India keep saying these things that I like continental cuisine, I like this cuisine. He says, why don't we ever own up to the cuisine? And at home, we all eat Indian khana. I mean, you just say garam garam, you know, morning mein, just today, this morning we were discussing, you get garam garam breakfast, and you say, my day is made, you know, garam garam mil gaya. But we don't own it up. He says, I've decided I'm going to just talk about Indian khana everywhere. Enough of this continental and Mexican and this and that. I'm going to have it. And, you know, this is millennials and Gen Z. They own it up with such pride. And that's the Indian we are talking about.
So these are our transporters data, just to give you a vetting of what we saw. And just to move around, this is the design offerings, what we'll be working. They're all researched. We have a team who works for it. And you can see that it's not what we think about ethnic wear. It's a mixed wear, the kind of products what we have here. We'll give you prints. We'll give you silhouette directions. We're also going to give you a little bit about the kind of product inspirations which can work for you, and it will help you to build back the products. We'll shift to the next story.
Yeah, go on. So the other one is cushioned cashews. It's Indian, but this time it's more clean. It's more classy. It's more not fussy, you know, in that sense.
Subtle way of being
more
Indian.
Subtle, more. It'll have strong motives and inspiration from the whole world of India, but it will be more contemporary. It would be more fluid, and that's what this story is all about.
Our transporters data, we are seeing on ground, and these are the silhouettes we are offering, and the kind of prints which can work on, and the kind of product inspirations it can work on the product.
Yeah,
and you can see it's broad. It's not just a garment. It's an accessory. It can go on home furnishing. It can go on ceramics.
Yeah. And this has been a strong direction also in terms of ceramics and homeware, where we are again also owning up to what Indian prints and motifs are all about. The third one is a muse. It is street food blending into street style, as we say.
It's very Gen Z. It's very quiche. We have a lot of graffitis, a lot of Indian graffitis, Indian typographics coming in, very interestingly presented.
And packaging also is kind of emoting something like that.
Right, and we are seeing it happening around, and this is what we are offering. And they are very proud of being Indian, and in a very street fashion way. And we are using these prints which comes from the behind the truck. You will see prints from 70s, 80s posters coming back. We'll see those typographies, Hindi typographics coming back on garment. We'll see these bright colors, which we call the Santara colors, those candies, Indian candies coming up. And those are going to come back as prints and graffitis on the products in this sub-story. Product inspirations, how it will come on products. And our graphics are all having Indian names. This is called Kamal Nayan, this print. Yeah, sounds poetic. This is going to be our second story. It's a very strong story coming in. It talks about above and beyond. This is not essentially about spirituality. It is about jo hoga, acha hoga. Whatever happens, happens for good. That's a kind of a mindset which is coming, which started during the post-COVID scenario that we are all alive. All of you are alive here, thankfully, touch wood. Yeah, so jo hoga, acha hi hoga, right? And that's a broader mindset which is building up here. At a large context, we are talking about acceptance of not knowing. We don't know what is going to happen tomorrow, whether COVID will come or not. Jo hoga dekha jayega, it will be acha hoga, right? It's a broad mindset of accepting uncertainty. It's a broad mindset of, having a thrill of uncertainty at a larger part. It's more about well-being. It's more about positive mindset at large.
Destination is not important. Journey is important. And that acceptance is coming in after a lot of fear of the unknown, that we have come to that point where we say, "Theek hai, let's just get on with life."
So our data is coming up on this context. We have our mindsets getting mapped. And then we have these three sub-stories. Just for your information, sub-stories are the part of main stories, and why you require sub-stories? Because every individual is different. So even if you go for party, for all of you, party is not same. For somebody, party is just to open a Netflix, have a beer, that's my party. Somebody has to go for pub hopping, that's a party. Right? So party is different, and that's a sub-story. It's a sub-mindset coming under the main stories. So
I just want to also say that we also have these chota focus groups with a Gen Z all the time, where we keep asking them these questions to understand where the emotion is moving and how do they relate to these emotions.
Yeah, time is up. Jo hoga dekha jayega. So let's see. Our time is up. So we have 3 sub-stories here, quick ones. One is I am here. So I am here talks about being in presence. It's not about past, it's not about future, it's about now. This talks about being now. These are the ways we present it. It will have graphics representation, it will have color representations. These are the kind of prints you are coming. Very interesting print, what we are referring to is a I am here hug print. It's a hug print which is going to be quite a large coming up. We have things about quotations, and it is about fit, a little bit of Gen Z's fits. This is the product inspiration, what we are having now. And we move into the next sub-story. Next sub-story talks about the next click, and you don't know what is going to happen in your next click. Your bank account can get just wiped up, your email ID can be hacked up, or you get something positive, right? That's a next click story. These are very interesting way of doing it. It talks about glitch, it talks about psychedelics, it's talked about not being sure of what it is. So you can see a very interesting glitch prints. We have a lot of digital signage prints coming on the product. We have garments which will reflect those prints properly. Drips must be lesser. We also have product inspirations on top of it, what kind of effects it's going to come. The last story for us is Shunya. Shunya story talks about very interesting aspects of a capsule mindset. It is talking about being purposeful. It talks about not an end, but a start. In India, Shunya is not end. It's a representation of a voidness, and we are the one who innovated Shunya, Indians, right? So it's about a new starting, and this talks about a new starting, positive well-being, and the mindset what grows along with it.
And a continuity that comes with it.
Right, so you see a lot of these products coming in, a lot of well-fitted products which becomes comfortable. No prints on most of these products, it will be flowy, and it goes into directions as such, which is more a kaftan, a flowy garment, and you see a lot of these is going to come in next few seasons. When it comes to products, it's going to have a very interesting
Fluid
element
lines.
on fluidity, and that's what we are projecting for this season coming ahead. For us, season is a direction. This is our team. This is our core team, in fact. We have a larger team which is working with us. Yeah, I know. Dhanyabad. Thank you. So I'm going to ask him whether we are going to get a drink or not, because he said 2 minutes late, no drink. We are?
One beer, that's it.
If you have any questions,
We'll have to take them offline.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll
Thank you.
stall outside, just opposite to the door, and you can always join us for a discussion. And if you want to subscribe, please subscribe. Thank you.
Our next session is a fireside chat that's going to talk about the power of portfolio consolidation and building critical mass. And it's a discussion with the CEO of one of India's leading fashion retailers, Aditya Birla Fashion. We're going to look at how they've managed their business, what makes them tick, how they manage their wide and growing portfolio of retail brands that range across price points and consumer preferences, from Alan Solly, Louis Philippe, Peter England, Fred Perry, Hackett, and a whole lot more. So would you please welcome on stage Vishak Kumar, CEO of Madura Fashion and Lifestyle, in conversation with Rajat Wahi, Partner and Head Consumer and Retail at Deloitte.
Hello? Working? Yeah, okay. Thanks. Thanks so much for the introduction, and thank you everybody for. So thank you everybody for being here, and I think this is the only session which is sort of this session is holding you up for lunch. So please bear with us. Very exciting session, at least for me, to work and to speak to one of the largest retailers in India, one of the most progressive companies, been also around for the longest period. So without much ado, I'll just get Vishak. Maybe if you can just talk briefly about what you do, what the current role in the business is today, and the various brands and exciting brands that you're handling. That'll be great.
Thank you, Rajat, and thank you all for postponing your lunch. My name is Vishak. I am the CEO for the Madura Fashion business. I am also a whole-time director at Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail, which is the fashion arm of the Aditya Birla Group. We have, on one hand, a retail format, which is Pantaloon, and then we have a whole lot of brands in the umbrella of Madura Fashion and Lifestyle, including power brands like Louis Philippe, Van Heusen, Alan Solly, Peter England, a luxury retail format, Collective, then fast fashion brands like Forever 21, American Eagle, and recently we added Reebok to our fold. So yeah, so that's the host of brands that I manage. I have been with the group now for 27 years. I joined as a management trainee, and I've been with the business since then. Yeah.
Thanks. That's pretty rare, yeah. 27 years, so obviously a very, very long journey in the group. Obviously, I'm sure you've done various roles over the years. Just talk about as we look at the overall sort of, I think everybody's coming out of COVID with different perception of how consumer behavior has changed, how consumer behavior may have changed but gone back a bit in terms of tech, omni. We had a lot of sessions in the morning today on that. Just talk briefly about what are the top 2-3 trends that you have seen coming out of COVID that you think are going to be sort of lasting, and where retailers need to focus on.
No, it's interesting you asked this, because at one level, it's almost as if nothing has changed. Everything has come back to quote-unquote normal or pre-COVID, etc. But at another level, a whole lot of things have changed. So what has not changed? I think business is back to growth against even pre-COVID levels very strongly, and that's good. The strong Indian weddings are back, festivals are back, all of that consumption is back big time, and people are having a good time. There is, I think, also, from what has changed, there is a celebration of life. There is a celebration of the moment and being in the now. People are doing that a lot more consciously. People want to have the good life. With that, I think, has also come a greater awareness of sustainable practices, of doing the right thing for the planet, and so on. So I think there are, in that sense, many things which have changed pre-COVID to post-COVID, which has happened. Fashion trends, of course, fashion by definition means change. So there are ups and downs. A lot of, you would recall during peak COVID times, athleisure and all the things that you wore from work from home, attire, etc. Most of those have gradually scaled down in their relevance. Formals are back big time. People are dressing up again. Look around you and you will see some very sharply dressed men and women. Formals are significantly back. Wedding and strong, opulent weddings are back big time. Strong colors, a lot of dopamine in colors. A lot of that is back big time. Usual trends, cyclical trends, chinos and things like that, getting back more and more. So yes, so there is, of course, change in fashion. Big change also is increasing use of data analytics, AI in designing, in allocations to merchandising. A lot of things in that sense getting more intelligent in the way business is getting managed.
Fantastic, and I think that's good to hear that we all, I mean, nobody's wearing a mask today, so that's clearly a sign that we are pre-COVID levels. Although I did wear one in the flight for a bit yesterday, but I keep thinking, is it okay or not? Should I wear one, should I not? But I think the overall, yeah, you're right. A lot of opulence, a lot of celebration of life. The weddings are bigger, or at least many more events. Just you as a group, very diversified brands, you have these power brands. How do you manage that? Because there's obviously a whole play between all these brands asking for more funds, asking to grow. How do you, so at one point there is a pressure to consolidate, on the other hand there's also a pressure to build new brands so that you can compete in more price segments, etc. Talk a bit about that and how do you manage that? Because in many malls I see a lot of your stores next to each other. Does that lead to cannibalization? Does that drive customer footfalls? What's the overall thought on that?
So yes, we are in the business of brands, and we have a strong portfolio of brands, and we've always had a strong portfolio of brands. Fortunately, they're all profitable, they generate their own cash. So in that sense, resource allocation is not that big a challenge. Having said that, the best way to manage such brands is to actually get out of the way. Each of these brands have very, very strong plans, ambitions, ways of doing things, etc. The way we work as a portfolio is to set basic ground rules on how overall operations must be managed. And after that, it is up to each brand to do what is appropriate for them. We have two functions which are common, which is sourcing of product and sourcing of real estate. Everything else in that sense is by brand, and we have CEOs for each of the brands, and they run their business as SBUs, independent SBUs.
But how do you still manage, sure that if one day, Van Heusen is coming, the other day, whether it's the collective brands asking for more space, at the end of the resources are always limited, right? So how do you manage that? Is it based on any prioritization? And also, a lot of the brands which have been around, whether it's Van Heusen, Louis Philippe, how do you make these brands, are you sort of, is there a big scale-up plan for these brands as well? Tier 2, Tier 3 expansion? Just talk briefly about that and where you're going with that.
So just some context first. The per capita apparel consumption by an average Indian per capita is 1/12 of that of the average American. It's almost 1/4 of what an average Chinese consumes. It's about 1/3 of what the global average is. Okay? So clearly, even if you have to come to the average of the world, we have a per capita 3x to catch up. So there is clearly a huge consumption story which is yet to be played out. It is getting played out. It got a bit of COVID headwinds, but it is coming back again. And there is this huge opportunity ahead for each one of us in that sense to drive that consumption story. So to that extent, I don't think it's a zero-sum game at all. Each brand has its own consumer base, has its own positioning, very well clear, laid out positioning, and they have to go to the market and do what is right for their customers. And growth, in that sense, Rajat, is coming both from big cities, urban centers, malls, etc., but it is as much coming from Tier 3, Tier 4, sometimes even Tier 5 towns, etc. And that India today is seeing a very different kind of consumer desire, very updated internet penetrations, which are very high. So clearly there is a consumption story waiting to be played out. Sure, you might ask somebody, say, February bahut dull tha yaar, kharab tha. That's one side of it, and that's another reality. But if you keep aside these local fluctuations, that is month-on-month fluctuations, at an overall level, you will see that next 3-5 years are going to be India's years. And there is a huge growth story which is waiting to be played out.
Yeah, phenomenal. And I think you see that across most brands, right? If I talk to all the retailers, they just see so much of headroom to grow. But going back to your point about 1/4 the consumption of China, 1/3 global, 1/12, obviously frequency of visit is quite low in stores. Once the customer has been there, the chance that they will come back again will be a few months away. So is analytics, and are you sharing Do you have a singular loyalty program across all the brands so that the brands can leverage off of each other to at least to that extent to drive footfalls and to try and drive more conversions? How important is all of that? And is there a single loyalty program that the group has today that the customers are?
So simple answer, no. We believe in the sanctity of the brand, and each brand, like I said, runs their P&L, runs their SBU independently. And I think to that extent, there is a great ownership of their customer base as well. Each brand invests in building that relationship with customers, taking care of the customer needs, etc. So we are, in that sense, fairly clear about how the intellectual properties of each brand must be protected. And that is also an incentive to the brands to be able to actually develop and create more and more such properties. So we keep that aside. What we do move around is talent. So I have worked in, as I have grown through the ranks in the organization, I've worked in Peter England, I've worked in Louis Philippe, I've worked various functions. So I think that is something which happens in the organization where you work through various roles, etc. But the basic premise of the business, in that sense that the sanctity of the brand is most important, that is held very strongly.
So there's no plan for what you call the single app or the master app that drives all of these brands onto that?
No, so those, look, there are many things where we have common platforms. So when we meet a mall, okay, we go as one face to the mall. Okay, it makes it easy for the mall also to be able to deal with us and figure out how to best place our brands, etc. Similarly, there are things where we provide a platform. So there could be an app platform which provides a platform to each of the brands. But even there, the sanctity of each brand would be uniquely preserved, and the kind of consumer experience, the kind of brand imagery that each brand has. A Reebok imagery would be very different, let's say, from a Forever 21 imagery, which would be very different from a Van Heusen imagery. So those would be, and the point of view, the merchandise, all of that is unique and different. So we would preserve that.
Okay, so you have the super app, but then once you're in that, you then get directed to the various places.
That's right, yeah.
So coming to this whole, we've seen a lot of retail consolidation in the last 4 to 5 years, and we continue to see that, especially with the large format retail. I'm sure it's at the other formats as well, a lot of acquisitions. So is that, just two questions on that. Firstly, is that part of your strategy as well to look at from a growth, from an inorganic growth play? And how is that overall for the industry? Is it helping the overall industry grow or not? Just some thoughts on that. I know it's a very open-ended question, but just...
Okay, let me attempt it. Retail is supposed to be the world's second oldest profession. And I think it'll continue to be we are supposed to be also a nation of shopkeepers. I think we will continue to have very, very strong, just as I was in this corridor, I see so many amazing entrepreneurs who are running chains of stores, okay? I think that'll continue. So I'm not fully in line with this consolidation theory. Here is a business where local insights, entrepreneurship, understanding of consumers and markets is absolutely vital. So sure, there can be brand names and there can be trust equations that consumers have with brands, but retailing per se, I do believe, is going to be localized, is going to be with very strong entrepreneurs. And we as a company, for instance, have a very, very large franchisee base. Okay, we have about 2,000 franchised stores. Okay, and our franchisees are an extremely important engine for our growth ahead. And franchisees invest a lot of heart and soul and money and capital, all of that into building these brands. They take great pride in running these. There are franchisees who have 60, 70 stores of ours which they run. So I think it's a very important part. So, and we don't want to change that. And if anything, we only want to go deeper into that, because the kind of spirit of entrepreneurship that you can unleash by doing that is absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, I think it's so that's good to know. I mean, you're right. It is a ongoing story. There will be some level of consolidation. At the same time, I think lots of new retailers are coming up. Met so many retailers here over the last 2 days. How does Madura stand out versus a Titan or any of the? Because we had them over last night. They were talking a lot about people and empowerment and the whole belief system about, about really sort of really putting people at the center of everything they do. What is your magic? What is it that goes down from the top that differentiates you guys versus other big retailers that are Reliance, Titan, and you guys are the three big horses in the race today? How do you retain talent, and what do you do around that? What's the magic?
Okay.
Does?
A lot of very admired companies you've named, so I'm not going to get into comparisons. But here's what I can say. And even if you look around this hotel today, you see the number of ex-Madura people around, it'll be very, very interesting.
Amazing.
Ex-Madura people, please give me a cheer. So you're going to see a lot of ex-Madura in the industry. And that's something we take great pride in, which is our people philosophy. The fact that you can, I joined as a management trainee, and I'm running the business today. And there are many like that who are running strong P&Ls, and some who've branched out, who are running their own businesses, some who are in other industries, have done their tech startups. So we're extremely proud of the kind of human capital that we've been able to build in this industry, and we are very proud of that. Clearly, it's a professional organization which has believed in developing talent. We also believe in moving people across functions and brands and roles so that it widens the horizons of people who work with us. It's also, in that sense, a very young company where, I mean, somebody like me is an outlier. Most of the people are young, and they run their businesses or parts of businesses with great speed and great ownership. And the rest of the organization, myself included, have to play the role of servant leadership, where you're just enabling that set of people to be able to do what they need to do to do their jobs well.
Oh, thanks. That's good. Good to know. And obviously, lots of people. I've met so many people over the last 2 days who are ex-Madura or in Madura. So that's great to know. And obviously, a huge community. And I think just coming to just changing gears a bit. And please, I think I want to open it up to the audience as well. There's a lot of this thing on the fashion industry in terms of environmental damage. Fashion industry, depending on what data you look at, could be considered one of the bigger polluters. So what are some of the initiatives that you guys are doing and that you are seeing ESG being driven? And is consumer willing to pay for ESG? That's the other part I want to look at. Everybody talks about ESG, but then we go and shop at the cheapest, at the easiest, or the most fast fashion brand we can. So talk a bit about that. Yeah.
No, I think very relevant. And I have studied this subject a lot, and I know that some of you have very keen interest in that as well. But here is the deal. Out of many, many things which get spoken about in the umbrella of ESG, please remember this. If you've got to save this planet, which means if you want to prevent climate change or slow down climate change, most important thing you have to do is fossil fuels, okay? Every industry has to do its bit to be able to eliminate fossil fuels or the use of fossil fuels. In the apparel business, where are fossil fuels used? Primarily for energy, which is primarily in the mills, okay? If we as an industry have to, even as we as a country are driving a consumption story, we want people, and there is a reality, we want people to buy more clothes. I mean, even to get to basic levels, global standards. Even as we do that, how do we find a way by which we can do this with minimum energy usage, fossil fuels, etc.? Our answer to that is clothes that last longer. And I can guarantee you, and many of you would be wearing a Louis Philippe. I can see a Louis Philippe. I can see. As you wear our brands, you will realize if an average shirt, and I'm not going to name the brands, lasts, say, 10 washes, I can assure you a Louis Philippe shirt or an Alan Solly shirt will last 60 washes. Okay? So it's 6 times, or at least it's going to use 1/6 the energy, because the energy used in making a bad shirt and the energy used in making a good shirt are the same, right? So we are, in that sense, damaging the environment to 1/6 level if you wear a good shirt which lasts long. And that is something we've intentionally, even at a time when a whole lot of people were talking about quote unquote fast fashion, okay? Fast fashion should not mean, fast fashion meaning fast changing fashion, sure. Fast fashion meaning low quality, last less fashion, bad idea. So the first thing we must do if we want to solve for climate change is to have clothes which last longer. And look around you in your own wardrobe, you will see that there are shirts, there are trousers which you feel like picking up every day, right? Which you feel like wearing again and again, versus another set which look quite tired after 5, 6 washes. So make your own choices there. That's number one. The second thing you have to solve for is landfill. And there, our industry has a lot of plastic. So one of the missions that we've taken internally is to be able to say, Plastic Mukt Bharat. Can we have packaging which is without plastic? And we have, of course, single-use plastic, etc. We have dramatically cleaned up. But even just to say, for instance, simple thing like, we have a philosophy which says, one product, one tag. Go to your favorite shopping mall, look around you, brands, and you will see in one trouser, you will see 3, 4, sometimes even 5 tags dangling. Rarely does the consumer even see them, but it is a lot of ecological damage, okay? Can you do one product, one tag? If each one of us here commits to doing that, saying one product, one tag, that's a lot of landfill less, that's a lot of trees which have to be cut less, and so on and so forth. So landfill clearly is another important thing that our industry has to deal with. The third is chemicals, especially in dyestuffs, and how we can make sure that the kind of chemicals you use, including pesticides. A lot of cotton farming is with pesticides. How do you eliminate the, with more and more of organic cotton, better cotton initiatives, how do you get to a level where harmful chemicals are not going into the soil? Okay, so these would be my top 3, and of course, in each of these, we are working very, very, very intensely, including, we also have a lot of manufacturing. We manufacture about, I don't know, about 4 crore garments a year, where we have very, very high stringent standards, and we have green buildings, LEED certified green buildings, which we use to make our products. So we do want to take the lead in this. To your question on, does the consumer appreciate it? I think consumer will appreciate it if we share it with all transparency with them. I think it's important for each one of us as an industry to be able to show to consumers, look, this is what good stuff is, this is what not so good stuff is. Consumers they are discerning, they will make that choice, they will make the right choices. Will they pay a premium for it? I think that's up to us also to see how we can minimize or not have to make them pay a premium.
Some great points here. I think a round of applause for all the work that they are doing. I mean, it's, as consumers, I think we need to change our habits as well, and maybe be a bit more discerning about that. I just see piles and piles of a lot of fast fashion clothes lying in everybody's wardrobes, which they never use, or they, because the price point makes it very easy to afford these. But having said that, great to see all the initiatives you guys are doing, and I think that's a real, and I think the other point, important point you mentioned is how do you keep communicating it? Talking more about it, not just put it as a label on the tag, because who reads that? I think it's more about the PR and all the other efforts to do that. A couple of other questions, and I'm going to then open it up. One last question from my side. How do we make India a bigger base for sourcing? Because we are losing out to the Bangladeshes and the Vietnams and all the other countries of the world which have done a lot of work in that. I'm not asking for any policy initiative. I'm sure there's a lot of representations going on to the government. But what are some of the things you think need to be done, top 3 things, to make India a larger hub for sourcing apparel and garments?
So let's look at 2 dimensions. There is the mill dimension, which is for production of fabric. There is the garmenting dimension, which is for converting fabric into ready-made garments. I think India has made significant progress on the garmenting side, okay, where we do have a fairly large setup. I think we have to find ways by which some of these become greater in scale, some of these are able to, and I must say many local governments are coming forward and supporting organizations to be able to set up manufacturing units, etc. And I think lots of initiatives from the government side on that. Also, perhaps from a infrastructure, electricity, road connectivity, supply chain connectivity, all of that, which is again, I think as a nation, we are making good progress on that. I do believe that the mill infrastructure has to scale up. if you go to mills in many other countries, China, Vietnam, etc., the size and scale of mills is of a very different magnitude. And I think India also has to start getting more and more. There was a Kolhapur sector created which started that. I think we have to scale up in some of those and maybe some more places where we are able to create. Look, also the thing is this, we also have a very large domestic market. So even from a sustainability perspective, all of that, it'll be best if we are able to serve our requirements more and more from Indian mills, Indian manufacturing, etc. Like I said, we do a very, very large part of our manufacturing ourselves. And we're very proud of that. We set up very high standards for ourselves when we set up these manufacturing units.
Thanks. And last one, I see you wearing Reebok. Any thoughts on what's going on with Adidas and the whole $500 million of K inventory they're sitting with, and some perspective on that?
I'm
I mean, that's a spokesperson.
Neil is somewhere here, and you can ask him that. I think it's a lovely industry. The sportswear industry is a lovely industry, and as we become more and more fitness-driven as a nation, there is so much scope for brands like this. I think there is a lot of opportunity for brands in this space to create better sports shoes, running shoes, walking shoes, everyday shoes. And I think various brands are doing that. We want to be able to take a larger and larger share of that as Reebok. Yeah.
Cool. Very, very, very effectively, avoided that question. I'm just going to open it up, but thanks so much for your very, very, very candid answers and great discussion. Guys, any questions? Please give your name. Ask him something interesting about all the brands and wonderful work he's doing.
Hi, Vishak, Harshit here. So I want to know, you mentioned about power brands in your portfolio, and recently you have come up with Tomorrow as an entity with all D2C brands. So how do you, with power brands and those Bayokuf acquisition, how do you set to manage the consolidation, and what's the thought process behind it?
Look, we have a portfolio, and as portfolio play, on one hand, you have what shall I say, these power brands play, and there is a lot of room for growth in these brands. Having said that, there is a fairly large opportunity in India today for direct-to-consumer brands as well. And we as a brand which would like to believe that we understand the Indian consumer well, we understand the ecosystem well, would like to have a greater play in that. So they're not, in that sense, mutually exclusive. Having said that, they are managed by independent teams. Okay, so that team has a very different agenda, which is to be able to build these D2C brands and help to scale them up. Whereas these power brands have a very different agenda, which is each of these brands potentially can be a billion-dollar brand. So what are the things we would need to do for that? So in that sense, there is fairly happy coexistence.
One last question.
Hi. Vishal, I have one question regarding your brands called Ellen Solly, Louis Philippe, and Van Heusen. I've always been confused. What's the difference between all these brands, all these three brands? Because they all are workwear brands, and I always keep on thinking about it, but I never got an answer. And
Very,
today
very,
I heard,
that may take a long time to explain. Yeah, you may want to.
Look, each of these brands comes with a very strong point of view. At a very simple level, Van Heusen makes professionals more fashionable. Louis Philippe is built around the entire DNA of excellence, craftsmanship. Ellen Solly is for the unconventional mindset. Peter England is built on a international quality, honest to goodness, honest shirt platform. So each of these brands have their own positioning, sharp positionings, and their own consumer bases. But yes, when you're in the fashion business, there will be overlaps. So there will be a trend which independently each of these brands will latch on to, take on, and make it bigger. So yes, there might be overlaps. So it's fair if you found some similarities once in a while, but that's the nature of the industry.
Thanks so much. I think one of the girls there had a question, so I want to just give her that last one.
Hi, my name is Anusha. I run an eco-friendly clothing store called Climb. My question is based on a statement that you said that the per capita apparel consumption in India is 1/12 that of America, 1/4 that of China, and 1/3 that globally. So I was wondering, how do you sort of drive this consumption story while keeping sustainability, responsible consumption, and clothing that lasts in mind? Because so much of this apparel consumption is based on unsustainable clothing that doesn't last. So it sort of feels like a catch-22 there. So if you could share your thoughts on that.
No, fair question, and I think that's what I was trying to say. How do we make clothes that last? Okay, how do we create something which is built for 50 washes? I have shirts which have done 100 washes. Okay, so and they're still my favorite important meeting shirt. Okay, so if you build it to last, yes, it can last and significantly bring down, in that sense, the negative effects to the environment. Having said that, look, we should not confuse that with a whole lot of aspiring India, which wants to dress up well, okay, which wants to have good an access to good quality brands and clothes, etc. And these are two parallel initiatives which have, and in some way we have to leapfrog, just like India leapfrogged into mobile phones, we have to leapfrog into a superior consumption pattern with extremely sustainable merchandise. I think including brands like yours have to do that, create that greater and greater understanding, awareness. Maybe you'll start with a niche, okay, and a set of customers who will be early adopters to that, but more power to you. Hopefully you will also scale up a lot more and increase the tribe of people who subscribe to that point of view.
And I think as consumers, what I would recommend is that, as we go and choose a product, think about some of those things he's talked about, long-lasting washes. Not against any specific brand, but that's what we need to be, maybe a bit more discerning. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Great to hear from you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Lots of learnings for me. Thanks so much.